I always wanted to serve on a jury.
I'm really super excited to be here, so I really appreciate you having me. I'm looking forward to it.
Creating this whole trial daddy.
I want to give a big shout out to the 13th Jury Podcast and Brandy.
Yeah, and I applaud you guys. Keep doing what you're doing.
That every time you run into Phil Barber, you should reach for it.
And then I just looked to the jury, and it's sort of like, look.
I was in the eye of the storm, and you guys were watching the storm.
Hey, if you're bored of work, come pop in and say, hey, want some coffee?
You are a ray of sunshine, and I love what you've done with your YouTube channel.
Good morning. Good morning. Let me get my microphone situated. Oh, there we go. Good morning. Good morning. Long time no stream. Good morning. Hello. Happy hump day. I didn't even realize it's hump day until this is how off all my schedule stuff is. I didn't realize it was hump day until somebody in like one of the mods said happy hump day, and I was like, oh crap, it is, isn't it? It feels like the Mondayest hump day ever. But my everything is off. Everything is off for me right now. I am so glad I went to CrimeCon. It is such a good time being able to meet with so many people who have the same interests as you, the same goals as you, the same just the same all the things. It's so nice to be able to spend that time with people that are like-minded, and I love it so much. And being able to meet the at the waterfall, no less. Yes, at the waterfall. There was a bar at the hotel called Waterfall, or I think it was called the Falls, or the Falls or something, because it was right by the waterfalls. So of course we all called it the Waterfalls because, you know, we're all knee deep in this case. So it was a great experience again, and I am so appreciative for it, but man, it wore me out. So by the time, and then my trip home was of course a lot longer because my grandmother was with us, my mom, my grandmother, so I had to drive her back to Georgia, and then come back to Florida. So it was a much longer trip on the way home. It wore me out, like exhausted. By the time I got home and unpacked yesterday and had to like get groceries so that I can, you know, eat and whatnot, I ended up sleeping a large portion of the day. It wore me out, but it was so good. It was such a wonderful experience. Yes, there was high top tables at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, and yes, we sat there. Yes, we sat there at the waterfall tables. Of course, we had to. It was a great experience. One of my favorite, I mean, I had so many favorite moments, but some of my favorite moments, there was a victim impact panel that was really impactful. My friend Carrie spoke at it, Carrie Rawson, and Gabby Petito's mom and stepmom, who I got to talk to again this year for a while. They're incredible. Oh, we have our OnlyFan. They were there, and gosh, the Stop and Shop bag. Yes, Pants gave me a Stop and Shop bag, and it was we definitely had some fun at the expense of Canton Police Department. And I got a gift. Oh gosh, cameraman's still celebrating, apparently. I got a gift bag with evidence collection kit and stuff. It in a White Claw and a broken SIM card. So definitely it was a great time. I loved being able to, you know, see everybody and talk to a bunch of people and meet a bunch of y'all. It was awesome. So thank you so much, birthday gal Lucy, treat Jana. Oh, yes. I did make it home just in time for Lucy's birthday. I think I made it in with I think I had 20 minutes left of her birthday. So I got her these really cute little like birthday dog treats, and like one's a cupcake and one's a balloon and one's like a party hat and stuff, and she could care less about them. I got her some turkey tendons and she loved those, but I got her like the cutest little birthday, and they were expensive because, you know, dog crap is, and she could care less about them, but she loved the turkey tendons, so I guess there's that. But she was not having the birthday stuff. It was funny. But yes, our little girl is officially 5 years old. She's officially 5 years old. Wild Time Ever for 1 whole year. Good morning, good morning, good morning. 1 whole year. It goes by fast, huh? Breezy. Everyone needs a Karen Reed trial pack, right? So funny. So funny. There was a conversation between a lot of us creators that have been covering this case and watching this case and stuff, and I'll tell you, it is just so nice to hear all these other creators agreeing, and not even agreeing, because it's just listening to them talk about what a ridiculous, you know, investigation it is, and how, like, you know, I'm not the only one that's furious about how they handled things and all that. Like, just hearing other people, you know, and people with much larger channels than me, like, hearing them be just as frustrated about it is very validating. And I have my little hate team on Twitter who just waits for me to post so they can, you know, talk shit about me, and that's fine. Screw all of them. I could care less. Hearing that other people are just as mad about how things are done is very validating, because Officer O'Keefe deserved better. And boy, was that just that whole investigation just a crapshoot. Jackie, member for 4 whole months. Been here longer than 4 months. Best group. You have been here longer than 4 months, but we are happy to have you for these 4 months and all of the 4 months after that and before that. Happy anniversary. Intolerant member for 7 whole months. Good morning, Team Brandy. Good morning. 7 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary to you. Pants, yes, and how divisive. Let's try that again. Take 2. Divisive it is too. That is one of the things that we talked about a lot too. And all the creators that were there, we had a big conversation about that too. Like, you know, all of us that were talking about how hateful people are with this. I've never seen anything like it, because, you know, in every single trial, there are these moments of levity, and, you know, there are moments of humor, and there are moments of tears. And I mean, we've all watched these trials together. Like, I will sit here and cry like a baby when they're going over, you know, like some autopsy stuff, or like anything to do with kids. Y'all know me, I cry, or the victim impact statements. But then there are moments like where you're like, these people can't be real, right? Like, and you laugh at how moronic some of these people are. And it's like that in every single one. But I've never seen a trial that I have to mute that. It's driving me crazy. I've never seen a trial like this where unless you agree with everybody, then all of a sudden you're, like you're not allowed to have opinions about anything. And all of a sudden you're a crappy person. And all of a sudden people who have, trusted you and your input for, so long have now decided that, you're so terrible. It's like, it is the craziest thing. And seeing that I'm not the only one going through it was, like there's a bunch of us going through it. It's crazy. Ready for this trial to be over. 12 women for 10 whole months. Good morning, beautiful family. Good morning to you. Happy 10-month anniversary. Happy 10-month anniversary. Gosh, I got into it on X this weekend and didn't get blocked. Oh, I've been using my block button a lot. People just trying to fight. I don't get it. And it's like people that they just wait. Just wait on you to post so they can jump in and yeah, people love you one minute and hate you the next over a trial. Isn't that the craziest thing? The same people who loved, like some of the same people who loved what I did with the Murdoch trial where I put all the stuff together and asked questions are the same people that hate me now for doing it for this one. They only like you if you're, if you're ignoring the things that they don't want questioned and pointing out the things that they do. It's not how things work. It's not how I work anyway. I would rather ask the questions that I have and be true to who I am than to try to filter myself to please people on the internets. Good morning, okay, for fuck's sake. Good morning. I like that screen name. That's funny. I tried watching the live stream via other channels on Monday, and the chat is mean and nasty. It made me appreciate my family even more here. Yeah, I've noticed that too. I have still not even got to watch Monday. I was going to do a recap of it today, and I just this weekend and then driving back and everything just wore me out. I have not even watched it today, but RA is going to be streaming day 19. I think he's going to be streaming it today. So I will eventually watch it so we can do a recap. I'll try to watch it tonight. I've got to get the next episode done and everything too. I'm so behind with this. I knew that would happen, but my shirt says I'm only here for an alibi. Only here for an alibi. Betsy G, new member, welcome. Welcome to you. You look good in green. Elizabeth, you can please some of the people some of the time, all of the people some of the time, some of the people all the time, but you can never please all the people all the time. That is true. That is true. Lindsay said, ain't no point. I watched STS last night. Surprisingly good episode, great panel. And they covered what happened. Basically, they still haven't linked the hair to John and didn't test the blood. Yeah, actually, I think next week I'm going to be on STS. I have to try to get it situated, squeezed in. EDB chat is a good one if Brandy isn't streaming. I was able to meet her this weekend too, and she's briefly, she's really sweet. Betsy G, member for 6 whole months, 6-month anniversary. 6-month anniversary. STS is surviving the survivor. But they did show the belt was still attached to the pants. Yeah, I saw that in pictures. Like I said, I haven't watched it yet, but I saw that in pictures. And that's one of the things like that I've said before. the belt and the socks were not on the discovery list. So we were curious about them. I know that I have seen that there were like some people who were like very, very vocal about belt being missing and stuff. With the way that the reports are, I don't really rely on anything not being there, meaning it's not there, because remember, the hat was photographed, but it wasn't on the evidence list for a while too. So like everything they've done is just screwed up, because they're like, they kind of half-assed their job, which is why we're all so mad. But I saw that was there, attached to it. I guess that's why they left it off the discovery list, because it was still, they considered it part of the pants. I don't know. I don't know why they did anything that they've done. Honestly, it's been a mess. The trial that never ends goes on and on, my friend. Some people started testifying, not knowing what to say, and they'll continue testifying for another day. This is the trial that never ends. God, it feels like that, doesn't it? It feels like it. Oh, gosh. Exhausting. Regina Crawford, thank you so much. What's up with the black cocktail straw? First I heard of it. Yeah, I have, like I said, I haven't had a chance to watch it yet, because I'm still trying to catch up on like life in general. But I did hear that there was something about a cocktail straw. So when I go back and watch it, I'll have to see what it is. I haven't heard about the cocktail straw either. So one thing that I've learned is that you can't really go by anything that they say in there. Like, it's the worst example of reports and everything. Oh no, J-Rock, so glad you're back. I got ripped apart in the chat of the stream I was forced to watch on Monday. Oh no, I'm sorry. No ripping apart here. Joyful, thank you so much for the super sticker. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Tom CPU and the Glare are in court today. Oh, really? Oh. Gaily May 93 member for 13 months. Gosh, it's going by so fast. Who knew I'd still be here 13 months later? Good morning, jurors. Great to see y'all. Great to see you too. Great to see you too. And member for 12 whole months, 1 whole year. And welcome to the 1 year club. Did Unetti talk about the missing belt and opening statement? Not that I remember. I don't think so. Not that I remember. They would have seen the pictures to know that it was there. It's just one of the things that people picked up on, because it's not listed in any of the discovery. So and then the socks weren't listed in discovery. That was the only thing I think that we noticed from his stuff. Krista, member for 1 whole year. 1 whole year. Happy anniversary. The strand of hair that moved in the pictures in the Sally Port. I saw people posting pictures of that the hair moved. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. I'll allow it. Do you talk during the trial? If not, I'll watch here. I don't talk during the I don't like to talk during when they're talking. So I save my thoughts for breaks and in between. Denise, member for 13 months. 13 whole months. Good morning, jurors. So happy to be live again instead of the replay crew. Welcome to the live crew. Welcome to the live crew. Violet Lotus says it's not hot in Dedham today. Oh, well, that's good. That means that Auntie Bev won't be holding the air conditioner hostage for people. That's good. I've heard about that too. I saw it some last week, but I heard she did it again Monday too. This trial is the exact opposite of the Draconis trial. Judge, attorneys, police work, witnesses, just a polar opposite. Yeah, I agree. It does feel like it's been the opposite. Think about the judge in the Draconis trial and how he was so great at explaining things when they happened. Like, if he had some sort of decision that he had to make, like, overruling an objection or allowing, I'll allow it, any of that. He wasn't just, he wasn't one that was like, oh, you're not allowed to talk about it. He would let them have, their objections, and then he would explain the reasoning behind it and the law behind it. And I loved that. I thought that was, so great, the way that he was so transparent with everything. I loved that so much. Not so much here. Auntie Bev don't want to talk about nothing in front of anybody. Interesting. Let's see. Robin. Hello, Robin. People will see what they want to see, no matter the facts. It'll make her look more innocent or guilty, depending on what side you're on, in my opinion. Yeah, that's something that I've noticed on Twitter and social media in general too, is like, people can watch the same trial and you would never know it. You would never know that people are watching the same trial, because people will come away from the day like, oh my gosh, this was such a win for the, prosecution, or this was such a win for the defense. And you will see people that are watching the same thing, but you would never know it. You would never know they're watching the same thing. But, it's all right. And was not included to be John O'Keefe's hair, just a hair. That's, that was what they were waiting on. I don't know where I got allowing, because I'll allow it. That's what they were waiting on for 84 years from Bodie Labs, to get that testing back. And then they finally got it back after the jury selection stuff had already started. And he said, Lally had said in one of the hearings, I think, that they were able to get a partial profile from it, and that the partial profile was consistent with a profile from John O'Keefe. But consistent is vague, very vague. So we'll have to see. I have to go back and watch it. I got to go back and watch it anyway, because I got to do it for the podcast, but I just haven't had a chance. I'm trying so hard to get caught up. Shark Start Gulf Coast. Brady, what exactly are they hating on you so much for? I am not allowed to ask questions. I am not allowed to say that the investigation was bad. I am not allowed to do any of that. Duh. Can't have my own thoughts unless they match up with their thoughts. Melanie, member for 8 whole months. Brandy, thanks for all your hard work. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Happy 8-month anniversary. Happy 8-month anniversary. Thoughts on Draconis sentencing? I saw that, didn't she get, was it like 20 years or something? I didn't get to see all of the, or like, she's 20 years, but she's eligible for, after 14 and a half years, for parole or probation or whatever. Something like that. I got so much to catch up on. So much. Monday was boring in court. I've heard that from a lot of people. So when I did the poll about what I was going to try to get fit in yesterday, most people were like, it was a really boring day, so just do a recap. Which is why I was like, okay, then you know what? We'll just do that because I am struggling to get caught up anyway after being gone. I thought the cross yesterday was fire. Oh, good. Which cross? Which one? Oh, on Maureen Hartnett. Wasn't the hair the thing that the defense would have had to fork over $20K to sit with? Yes. Yes. And that was the one that Lally said that they were causing the delays. Not, now keep in mind, they had the hair for, you know, like completely untouched for over a year, and then sent it to Bodie and stuff like that. And, but the defense, you know, it took the defense 2 weeks to be able to confirm that they weren't going to be able to pay the $20K to sit in on it. So they're the ones that caused the delays. Oh gosh, these people. They want to hear their thoughts coming out of your mouth. Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. I'm too opinionated for all that. Good morning, good morning. I had a great time at CrimeCon, but I am exhausted. Exhausted. He looks happy to be there. Shorn brought the whole church to speak for Michelle. Really?
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All parties having anything to do before the Honorable First Justice W. Canoni, now sitting in the Dedham Superior Court with and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May be seated for the now in session. Good morning.
Hear ye, hear ye. It's my favorite part.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed. Counselor, could I have you identify yourselves for the record?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the
Good
Commonwealth.
morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson from the Suite.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, Elizabeth Little also.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor. David Yannetti for Karen.
Good morning, Mr. Yannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors.
So I have to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left here on Monday? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case since we were last here? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no or should. Okay, thank you. May we have Ms. Vallier, please?
Just watch your step again.
Oh, there's Tom's CPU.
You solemnly swear the evidence given before the jury in the case down here to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you
Oh,
God.
and Blair.
I do.
Lally, I've missed you. No, I haven't. I haven't. That was a lie.
VALLIER.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am. Morning. Now, Ms. Vallier, when we had left off the other day, I believe you had just looked at some photos of item 7-16, is that correct? If you recall.
It's been a few days.
That's all, Your Honor.
Yes.
And Ms. Vallier, I'm going to show you a series of 6 photographs. Ask you to just review those.
All right, so I'm going to remind both of you to keep your voices up. Mr. Lally, when you're facing the witness and you're this close, I guarantee you nobody behind you can hear you.
Understood. Hey, Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yeah.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce in a minute the next exhibits. Can I just see them, please?
Thank you, Mike, for the super chat. I'm going to watch it so I can put it all in the podcast episode. See how many times he has to be warned to keep his voice up. Actually, is it Vallier? Vallier, I think is her name.
Your Honor, for the
I'll pin
record,
it.
those are exhibits 332, 333, 369, 370, 371, and 372.
Thank you.
Yes, 332 and 333, which skipped over.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, may I have those published for the jury?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2059.
Yeah.
And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen as that photograph, which is now been marked as exhibit 332?
Yes.
Is that one of the items from 7-16 next to the ruler with the measurements corresponding to that item?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2081. I believe 2061. My apologies. And Ms. Vallier, what's up on the screen is that another piece from 7-16 that's now been marked as exhibit 369?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Vallier, as far as this particular item is concerned, with reference to sort of the texture of that particular piece of plastic, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to that?
I'm sorry, the texture?
I'm sorry, do you have the laser pointer in front of you? Or no?
Oh, yes.
Now, as far as the surface area of that particular piece of plastic, how would you describe that?
I mean, there are little dots on it. They're not just like dimples of a sort.
Stippling or dimples of some sort on a piece of plastic?
Yes.
And as far as those sicklings or dimples on the piece of plastic, were those flush with the rest of the plastic? Were they raised a little bit? How were they sort of configured?
I don't recall.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 20. Forgive me, Your Honor.
His questions are always like that.
2064. And again, Ms. Vallier, what's up on the screen has now been marked as exhibit 371. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that is another piece next to a ruler, essentially memorializing its measurements from item 7-16. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Vallier, I'm showing you another series of 11 photographs. Ask you to look at those and look up as we finish.
Can you tell Mr. Yannetti what those are so he can look at his copies?
Counsel was shown each and every one of the photographs prior to the court coming in today. But I'm happy to give them to counsel as well.
I'm just trying to save some time.
Right, I just need to know the particular evidence numbers at the end.
Okay.
Yes, today is a full day.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Photos that I took of item 7-16.
So additional items contained within item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's contained in those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed during the course of your examination and analysis in regard to item 7-16 in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next 11 exhibits.
Any objection?
I'm not going to have an objection, but again, I just need to know what numbers.
This is live. We're live.
Can we just have a moment, Mark?
Mm-hmm.
So it's 373 through 380 for your.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish some of the photos from this packet for the jury.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2036. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen as exhibit 373?
That was one of the photos I just looked at.
And as far as the evidence bag containing items from 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2039. And again, Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 374?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
A photo that I took of item 7-16.
And that would be the entirety of the items contained within that evidence bag from the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2051. And again, Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's depicted up on the screen?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
A photo I took of item 7-16.
And in particular, one of the...
Can you speak up a little, sir,
Yeah.
and a little
Yes.
slower? Thank you.
In particular, one of the red plastic pieces from item 7-16, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, that's exhibit 376.
Okay.
Let me get Lally a bullhorn.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2053. And again, Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 378?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
One of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And lastly, from this batch, Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2055. And again, Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 380?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
It's one of the photos that I took of item 7-16.
And this particular item up here as exhibit 380, you describe sort of color, shape, what you observed from this particular item?
That's a piece of red and clear apparent plastic.
So a piece of red plastic with a piece of clear plastic sort of within the same piece, is that fair to say?
Within the same piece?
Yes.
Apparent plastic, yes.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Vallier, if you could describe for the jury again, just as far as the process that
Can we put the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, I'm sorry. My apologies, Your Honor.
No, it's okay. Thank you.
Ms. Vallier, if you could explain to the jury again sort of the process that you undertook as far as these various pieces from these various evidence item numbers. What was the process that you undertook as far as doing your comparison?
So first of all, everything is documented. Each item is documented separately with photographs, notes. I put a label with the case number, item number, and then A, B, C, etc. If there are multiple pieces in it, a label on each piece. I look at the photos to see if there are any similarities, dissimilarities, to see if there are any potential pieces to compare. And then if I do think that there are pieces that could be compared, I'll open those items and keep them all separate, and then look at them in real time to see if it does actually look like they could be consistent before I bring them close together. And if it still looks like they could be consistent, then I'll bring them together to see if there is an actual mechanical fit, and then I'll document that and look at it under the stereo zoom.
And the device or the instrument that you're looking at, again, could you describe for the jury again what that is?
So the stereo zoom is also called a stereo microscope. It's a microscope that is on a stand, so you can put larger pieces of evidence underneath it.
Now, as far as that initial sort of looking at things together, are you doing that, how are you sort of organizing that? Is that by item number, by color, or by something else?
I did this by color because it seemed the easiest way to organize all of these pieces.
And then within the individual item number, say just randomly 7-15, for example, are you looking at that, if there's multiple pieces within an item, are you looking at the consistency within the item prior to looking, sort of crossing between 715 to 716? Is that the process?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
He's so bad at
very long
asking.
question, very confusing, my fault. So as far as the comparison is concerned, are you looking solely within an item? So if an item has multiple pieces, are you comparing just those pieces within that item first?
As part of my initial examination, when I'm documenting that item, if there are multiple pieces, I'll compare those pieces first.
And then if there are any pieces that are consistent, are you then cross-referencing that item's pieces with pieces from a different item?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
He's so bad at asking questions.
Ma'am, I'm showing you another series of 19 photographs. Just ask you to review those and look up.
19 more photographs. I have not missed Lally. Have not missed him on this little break. I've missed y'all. I have not missed Lally. Or his tedious questioning. Remember, there were 45 pieces, 45 picks. Ah. Chrissy Bacon gifted membership. Thank you, thank you.
And do you recognize what's contained in those photographs, Ms. Vallier?
I do.
And what do you recognize them to be?
These are photos from my case of either within the same item that had a mechanical fit that I'd then taped together, or of mechanical fits from between different items.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth to seek to introduce in a minute the next 19 exhibits.
No objection, but have I seen those yet?
Morning? Right. I was going to hand them to you after they were marked.
That's fine.
There has to be a more efficient way to do this. It's okay. We'll be done by Christmas. Maybe. Hopefully.
Exhibit 384, 3402. Thank you.
Yeah, well, she changed, like, you know, she wanted to do it this way in the beginning. Remember, she wanted to change the way that all the evidence was entered in. So we'll all just sit here. We'll all just sit here, because this is how she wanted to do it. EDB was so mad yesterday about the fact that this lady has to label evidence and record the trial. Most courts have 2 different people doing this. Yeah, and efficiency isn't their thing.
Before you get to the photos, Ms. Vallier, if I could just ask, as far as your analysis was concerned with reference to each of these items, if I could, excuse me, just ask you some questions about that. Starting first with item 3-1, that was the passenger side taillight housing, is that correct?
I believe so.
And you analyzed pieces of that along with the sort of housing unit itself, is that correct?
So, oh, do you mean like there was like the taillight and then there were smaller pieces also in the?
Correct.
Yes.
And you took measurements of the various pieces that you observed?
I did.
And did you record those within your notes?
I did.
Do you recall what those measurements were?
Not without looking at my notes.
With the court's permission, may the witness refer to her notes?
Yes.
Hello.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Vallier.
My
In one of
gosh,
those
Larry.
measurements?
Do you want all of them?
Just in yes. I mean, first starting with reference to the taillight housing assembly.
Okay, so the taillight I called piece A in this case, and it measured approximately 14 inches by 9 inches by 8¼ inches.
And then which of the pieces that were contained within that sort of taillight evidence bag did you compare to the taillight housing itself?
So there was a lot of like very, very small pieces that I took pictures of, but they're very, very small, so they were not suitable for comparison, so I didn't look at those. There were some larger pieces that I did that were suitable for comparison, so I did look to see if they fit in with piece A.
And with regard to that analysis of whether or not they fit in with piece A, which of those pieces did you find did fit?
So amongst item 3-1, let's see. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Piece A and piece B fit together mechanically, and then piece A and piece F fit together mechanically.
F is in Frank.
F is in Frank, yes.
It may be pretty apparent, but if you could, Ms. Vallier, just expound upon what you mean when you say they fit together mechanically.
So when things break, they break in a unique pattern. Like it's pretty different every time. So a mechanical fit is bringing two things with broken edges together to see if they were originally part of the same item. To see if they, if the broken edges align. And if they do, then that's a mechanical fit.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-5, you looked at those various pieces together as well, is that correct?
I believe so.
And were there any 3 pieces in total from 7-5, so A, B, and C, is that correct as well?
May I look at my notes?
Grace, thank you for the super chat.
Yes.
And what, if any, match did you find with within item 7-5?
There were no mechanical fits amongst those 3 items, or 3 pieces of the item.
And with reference to item 7-6, there were 2 pieces, A and B, within that, is that correct?
May I? Okay. Yes.
And were there any physical matches within those 2 pieces of item 7-6?
No.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-8, do you recall how many pieces were contained within that?
If I may look at my... There were 14 pieces.
And of those 14 pieces, they were each compared to each other, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, mechanical fit did you find between the pieces contained within 7-8?
So pieces C and D were found to fit together mechanically, and then pieces E and F were found to fit together mechanically.
Your Honor, may we approach, please?
Yeah.
You are muted. This is fun. So, Breezy, I agree. That haircut, I could never pull that haircut off, but it looks so good on the witness. I can't pull it off. My cheeks are too chubby to pull off short hair, but it looks really good on the witness. Sidebar. This is going to be a long day. How long did this witness testify on Monday? Like a lot? Or a little? How much longer we got at this one? Beth's like, we are not going through every single puzzle piece. We are, one by one. And then ask 1 million questions about each one, and then have the witness re-explain.
You are unmuted.
Everything. Bill King said, did you rebuild the lights? Simple question. Save us 2 hours. Save us 2 hours.
Ms. Vallier, turning your attention to item 7-9, you analyzed 3 pieces from that, is that correct?
Go ahead.
Okay.
You know what, Ms. Vallier, you can just look the whole time.
Okay. Sorry, could you repeat your question?
How many pieces were contained again within item 7-9?
3 pieces. 7-9.
Yes.
3 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within that item 7-9?
There were no mechanical fits.
And with reference to 7-10, how many pieces?
1 piece.
And with reference to item 7-11, how many pieces contained within that?
6 pieces.
And what, if any, physical matches did you find contained within 7-11?
There were none.
In 7-11, how many different colors of pieces were contained within 7-11?
There was black, red, and colorless apparent plastic.
Now, with reference to item 7-12, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 14 pieces.
And of those pieces, again, how many different colors or how many different colors of pieces were within 7-12?
They were all colorless.
And from those, what, if any, mechanical fits did you observe or did you find within item 7-12?
Okay. So there were 3. Do you want me to say all the pieces that fit together?
Please.
Okay. So pieces B, C, D, F, and K all fit together. Pieces E and I fit together. And pieces M and N fit together.
Now, turning your attention to item 7-13, how many pieces were contained within item 7-13?
3 pieces.
And how many different colors of items were contained within 7-13?
It was red and black apparent plastic.
What, if any, physical matches did you find within item 7-13?
There were none.
Turning your attention to item 7-14, how many pieces were contained within that?
There was 1 piece.
And what color was that one piece?
It was colorless.
And turning your attention to item 7-15, how many pieces were contained within that?
There were 8 pieces.
And as far as those 8 pieces, how many items were of different color? What color were they?
There were red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those 8 pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within that?
So piece F and piece H were found to fit together.
And turning your attention to item 7-16, how many pieces were contained within 7-16?
There were 7 pieces.
And of those 7 pieces, what, if any, differences in color were the 7 pieces within 7-16?
It was red and colorless apparent plastic.
And of those pieces, what, if any, mechanical fits did you find within 7-16?
So pieces A, C, and D fit together mechanically.
Now, with reference to those pieces, once you did those inspection from or analysis from the individual items, what, if anything, did you do with those individual items with reference to the taillight housing?
So before even comparing it to the taillight, I compared all of the questioned items to each other. So that's the 7-5 to 7-19 to see if any of those pieces would fit together. And amongst those, I was able to make 5 larger pieces that I called piece 1 through piece 5.
Amy, happy 7 months.
And of those larger pieces, which of those larger pieces were you able to mechanically fit together prior to comparing them to the taillight housing?
Sorry, can you?
From your analysis of those larger pieces and analyzing them together with other larger pieces, what, if any, opinions did you draw? What, if any, conclusions did you come to as far as your analysis of those pieces?
So for the larger pieces amongst the different items that fit together mechanically, I can see that those items were once a part of the same unit.
And so I guess what I'm asking, Ms. Vallier, is with reference to, say, item 7-6 or 7-5, or the items in and of themselves, which of those items were you, if any, were you able to find mechanically fit with each other? Amongst sorry, are you asking me
which specific items made up like piece one?
Correct.
He's so bad
okay.
at asking questions.
I can. Okay.
She keeps having to
Okay, so piece one contained
clear it up.
pieces from items 7-5, 7-8, 7-10, 7-11, 7-13, 7-15, and 7-16.
And then, so based on their mechanical fit, what, if any, conclusion did you draw in reference to those several items?
That those specific pieces from all of those items were at one time together as part of a larger unit.
And then what, if any, comparison or analysis did you do of items between item 7-15 and item 7-16?
One juror just yawned.
So pieces from items 7-15 and 7-16 were part of piece one. I could look through my notes and see if they're a part of any of the other pieces that I fit together.
With the court's permission.
Okay.
You would think, Preston. You would think.
Okay, so piece two consisted of pieces from items 7-15 and 7-16.
And then with reference to items 7-6 and 7-11, what, if anything, did you observe between the pieces of those?
Okay. So piece three consisted of pieces from item 7-6 and 7-11.
And similar to what you had described before with 7, 15, and 16, as far as them mechanically fitting together, and now I'm talking about 7-6 and 7-11, what, if any, conclusions did you draw in regard to that?
That those pieces from item 7-6 and item 7-11 were at one time together as a larger unit.
And then as far as item 7-8, 7-9, and part of 7-16, what, if anything, were you able to do with reference to those?
So piece number 4 consisted of pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16.
And as far as mechanically fitting those pieces together, again, what, if any, conclusions did you come to in reference to those items 7, 8, 7, 9, and 7-16?
That those pieces from item 7-8, 7-9, and 7-16 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Now, lastly, with reference to this, in reference to item 7-12 and 7-14, what, if any, analysis did you do with reference to pieces from those items?
Sorry, which item?
7-12 and 7-14.
I have item 7-11 and 7-12 that fit together for piece number 5.
And Your Honor, with what's now been marked as exhibits 384 through 402, if I could ask to publish some of those to the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2069.
She doesn't want the lights out because she doesn't want the jury to fall asleep.
And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen as now exhibit 384?
I do.
And what are we looking at here?
Within item 7-16, those are pieces that were mechanically fit together.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2096. And Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's now been marked as exhibit 386?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
So that is what I called piece 1. So the piece that is made up of apparent plastic pieces from many of the different items.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to just zoom in a little onto the middle of that photograph.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Vallier?
Yes, Your Honor, this is 386. And from sort of this zoomed-in version of 386, Ms. Blair, are you able to now see some of the stickers or the evidence stickers that you would put labeling each of these pieces?
Yes.
If you could, just using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to where those would be within this photograph.
So these labels right here are the labels that I put on each piece individually when I initially examine it. So all of the little white labels.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2097.
It looks like tape. Thought I saw tape.
Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen and what has now been marked as exhibit 387?
I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That's still piece 1. It's just from a different angle.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2101. And Ms. Blair, you recognize what's up on the screen now that has been marked as exhibit 390?
I do.
What are we looking at here?
That's still piece 1 from another photos taken from another angle.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2103. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now been marked as exhibit 392?
I do.
What are we looking at as exhibit 392?
That is another angle of piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2107. Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 395?
I do.
And what are we looking at in exhibit 395?
May I look at my notes?
Sure.
Okay.
Say hi to your friends. Say hi to your friends.
Okay. So that is piece 2.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2110. Ms. Gilman, if you could just zoom in a little bit on the stickers on this photograph. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 398?
I do.
What do you recognize that?
That is piece 3.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2111. And Ms. Gilman, if you could zoom into the stickers.
Look, that's her spot. Look at her leg.
Ms. Vallier, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as exhibit 399?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is piece 4.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2113. Again, if you could zoom in just a little. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen now that's been marked as exhibit 401?
I do.
And what do you recognize that?
That is piece 5.
Thank you. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So, Ms. Vallier, earlier I'd put before you another 23 photographs. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 23 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's comparisons between item 3-1 and piece 1.
And item 3-1 again was the tail light, is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, with the court's Commonwealth would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibits.
Okay.
Grace says hi. Grace says hi. Your friends say hi. Your friends say hi. Yeah, the defense table does look aggravated. I would be too. This is very tedious. And he's not very good at asking questions, so it just makes it a little bit worse. A lot worse. Whoa. Look at her little leg going. This is her spot right here under her little armpit. Look at her little leg. Oh. You're a good dog. You're a good dog. This is one of the times when Judge Newman would tell us to stand up and stretch.
It's 403 or 434. Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I may publish some of these photographs for the jury.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2156. Where do you recognize what's now up on the screen that's been marked as Exhibit 403?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's one of the photos comparing item 3-1 and piece 1.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2125.
Second row. 2125.
And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 411?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That's the contents of item 3-1.
And that's prior to you, at what stage of this analysis or comparison process is that?
So that's when I initially looked at item 3-1.
Thank you. Sorry, if I may have a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Mildred. Thank you, thank you.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2150. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 431?
I do.
And what are we looking at in 431?
So on the left is item 3-1, piece A, and then on the right is piece 1.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2151. And Ms. Blair, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 432?
I do.
What are we looking at in 432?
That is piece 1 on top of item 3-1 in a mechanical fit.
Is that the mechanical fit that you were talking about earlier in your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Kelman, you can take that down. Understood. Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Vallier, in reference to those items that you testified to earlier in item 3-1, the taillight housing, what, if any, conclusions regarding those items as far as the physical match? What, if any, conclusions did you come to?
That item 3-1 and the pieces that make up piece 1 were at one time together as a larger unit.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Hallelujah.
May we approach Ron?
Hi, Lucy's staring at, I don't, you can see her little ponytail right here. She's sitting on my desk staring at me. You'd think that, look, I know that like we've all seen it. We've all watched trials before. There are parts of the trial that are going to be tedious and boring, but it makes it so much worse when you have an attorney like Lally who doesn't do a great job at asking questions or knowing how to ask questions. It gets so just a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot. Why are you staring at me, you little stalker? Good girl. Good girl. Do they come from Karen's car? Did he even ask that? I didn't hear him ask that. I mean, I know it's kind of presumed, but I didn't hear him ask that. But, I mean, I did see that, that the, jurors were, some of them were struggling to pay attention. One of them was yawning. They said that, some of them were taking notes, but it seemed like some of them were really struggling to pay attention. And I get it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You have testified that when evidence comes into the crime lab, it's given crime lab evidence or item numbers, correct?
It's given a case number, and then each piece of evidence gets its own individual item number.
Okay, and if you can just keep your voice up because we want to make sure that the last jurors here can hear you. Consistent with that policy, the evidence that your lab received in this case was also given those item numbers, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you about one particular item number in this case, 7-18.18. Would you agree with me, and feel free to check your records, but would you agree with me that that was the item number given to, quote, debris from orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, end quote?
You can go ahead. Okay.
And again, it's 718.18.
Debris from orange t-shirt, 7-17, and gray long sleeve shirt, 7-18-JO.
Terrific. Item 7-18.18 did not include the orange t-shirt itself, correct?
No.
Believe that you just testified that was given a different item number, which was 7-17?
I believe so.
And 7-18-18 also did not include the gray long sleeve shirt either, correct?
I didn't look at 7-17 or 7-18. I only received the debris from.
Okay, well, yeah, that's my point. So with regard to The orange T-shirt and the gray long sleeve shirt, those were given separate item numbers, and you examined what was the debris allegedly from those shirts, right? 7-18.18, correct?
Correct.
And that debris consisted of different categories, did it not?
There were different things inside of it, yes.
Yes, different categories of things, correct?
I'm sure.
All right, so one category was dirt and debris, correct?
Yes.
You did not test the dirt and debris, correct?
Correct.
Another category was, or were, I should say, several apparent hairs.
Yes.
And you did not test those hairs, correct?
Correct.
And another category, I believe you've already testified to, consisted of several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic that measured 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. Is that accurate?
Okay, so there were several pieces of red apparent plastic and then one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch, yes.
Okay. And I apologize for continually reminding you, but I'm just mindful that everybody needs to hear you. So to the best you can, if you can just keep your voice up, I'll try to do the same. So when those several pieces of apparent red plastic and one piece of apparent clear plastic came into your possession, those pieces were obviously not embedded in either shirt when you examined them, correct?
I don't know. I didn't examine the shirt.
Well, so to my question, the pieces that you saw were not embedded in a shirt when you examined them, correct?
Correct.
And again, that's because you never took possession of any shirt in this case, correct?
Correct.
The pieces were loose and they were not embedded in anything, correct?
The pieces were, well, I examined the debris from the shirt. I don't know what the person who packaged it did to collect that.
Okay. And so it goes without saying that you never saw those pieces on either the orange shirt or the gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
I did not.
And you obviously had no control over how the evidence was handled before it came into your possession, correct?
We have a chain of custody in the laboratory, but I did not follow the evidence as it went through the chain.
Okay, and we'll talk about the chain of custody in a minute. Before this evidence came into your possession, you did not witness who seized it, correct?
Correct.
You did not witness who handled it, correct?
Correct.
Before it came into your possession, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
So all of our evidence is stored in locked facilities.
Right, but I guess let me modify that question. Before it came to your lab, you don't know who had access to that evidence, correct?
Correct.
You also don't know, before it came to your lab, whether the shirts in question were at all times kept separate from the red or clear plastic pieces of, pieces of plastic that were in the possession of certain members of the state police, correct?
Correct.
The chain of custody at the crime lab started with noting the state trooper who actually delivered the evidence to your lab, along with the date, correct?
Sorry, could you repeat the question?
Sure. The chain of custody at the crime lab starts with noting which state trooper delivered the evidence to your lab and the date that he or she delivered it, correct?
Or a crime scene responder, but the person who drops off the evidence to the laboratory, yes.
Okay. And in this case, which particular state trooper delivered the orange T-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt to your crime lab?
I don't know.
Well, which state trooper delivered the pieces of red and clear plastic pieces, I should say, that you just testified about?
The item 7-5 to 7-19?
Right. The several pieces of red apparent plastic and one piece of clear apparent plastic measuring 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. That's what I'm referring to.
Wait, sorry, could you repeat the question?
Yes. You understand what I'm talking about, right? In terms of the several pieces of red apparent plastic and then the one piece of clear plastic that you have the measurements for?
You're talking about the apparent plastic that I noted in the debris of 7-18.18?
Correct. Which state trooper was it that delivered that?
Do you know?
Sorry, that's like that's an odd question.
I'm sorry, I was sorry.
I don't know if you want her to repeat it, Ms. Giannetti. Go ahead. You have to repeat that, please.
So evidence is submitted to
what you just said that he missed.
Oh, I said that's kind of an odd question.
Oh, not for me.
So.
Do you have a record of that?
A record of what?
A record of which state trooper delivered that debris to the lab.
So it wouldn't be delivered as like debris. It would be delivered as the individual piece of clothing, which then got assigned item 7-18, I believe. And then as someone analyzes it, each offshoot of that piece of evidence gets a 7-18 point something. So the debris collected from that shirt is 7-18.18.
Okay, all right. Listen, when those several, actually, let me strike that. Get to where I was.
Take your time, Ms. Giannetti.
Okay, so I want to confirm with you that when you were assigned to this case, you were aware that the date of the incident was January 29th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. And it's your testimony that you don't know which state trooper delivered the shirts to the lab, correct?
I could look at my notes because I have a printed chain of custody.
Sure. If you would check your notes for that, please.
Okay.
Chain of custody. This is what we're waiting at.
Okay. Okay, so submission 7, which is everything that's item 7- in this case, was submitted by Trooper Michael Proctor, I believe.
Oh, that was the answer to my other question. Thank you. How long after January 29th of 2022, according to your records, did Michael Proctor deliver that clothing to the crime lab?
It was delivered on March 14th, 2022.
Okay, so about 6 weeks or so after January 29th, is that accurate?
Sure.
Given that your lab received this evidence on March 14th of 2022, you can't testify to the chain of custody of the clothing or the pieces of plastic prior to March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And except for the tail light housing that was seized by Maureen Hartnett, except for that, your chain of custody at the lab for the 2 shirts plus the pieces of plastic in 7-18.18, that began on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So between January 29th of 2022 and March 14th of 2022, you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with the orange t-shirt and gray long sleeve shirt, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I don't know.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you, if I might, Michael Proctor's submissions of the pieces of plastic that you've testified about. Your lab received from Michael Proctor several different evidence bags containing red, clear, and black pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
Some of those evidence bags contain relatively small pieces of plastic in them, correct?
Correct.
And some of those evidence bags contained larger pieces, right?
Correct.
The evidence bags that you received listed the dates of recovery of those pieces of plastic, did they not?
I believe so.
And the evidence bags that you received also listed the officer who recovered the plastic pieces, right?
I believe so.
And again, when you receive those evidence bags, whatever numbers are on them, your lab assigns them your item number, correct?
Correct.
So I'd like to ask you first about item number 7-8. Do you have a record of that?
Yes.
Now, that evidence bag, item number 7-8, contained multiple pieces of red, black, and clear pieces of plastic, correct?
Okay.
Sure.
Okay, thanks. Okay. Contained 14 pieces of red, black, colorless, and silver-colored apparent plastic, yes.
Okay. And the date of collection was February 3rd of 2022?
Go right ahead.
Okay. Item 7-8?
Yes.
February 3rd, 2022.
Okay, and that was, if you have that in front of you, that was also collected by a trooper named DeChico, correct?
Oh, yes, correct.
If I may approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I show you a photograph. Can you identify what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
That is the handwritten label on item 7-8.
That would have been the evidence bag that your lab received and gave item number 7-8 to it, correct?
Correct.
And that appears to be an exact, photograph.
I don't think
of the
there's an
actual bag.
objection to it, so we
Yeah,
can
that's
just put
true.
it in.
Okay. May I offer that, Your Honor?
Sure. Exhibit 435.
May I display that for the jury, Your Honor?
Okay.
And this is that is what I just showed you on the screen, correct?
Correct.
And that's where it's indicated what the date of collection was and which trooper collected it, correct?
Correct.
All right, we can turn the lights on for a minute. And you would agree with me that that date, February 3rd of 2022, was only 5 days after the January 29th blizzard, correct?
I don't recall the dates of blizzards, but.
Oh, okay. Well,
sorry.
let's put it the date of the incident. You would have
Okay.
previously testified that was January 29th, correct?
Correct.
All right. And February 3rd was 5 days after that, right?
Yes.
All right. I'd like to show Exhibit 279, please, which is 3 days.
Okay.
Now, Exhibit 279, which is displayed on the screen now, this is one of the photos taken of some of the contents of item 7-8, is it not?
That's the entirety of the contents of item 7-8.
Okay. You would agree with me that those were the pieces that were inside that evidence bag, labeled February 3rd as the date of recovery 5 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you see that there are some relatively small pieces that were allegedly found on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, Your Honor, I'm continually showing photographs. We can turn the lights on and off, whatever the court's preference is.
You can just tell the court officer when you want the lights turned.
Okay, all right. So they get turned on for like a question or two, and then I turn them back off. But
However you want to do it.
that's fine. All right, so I'd like to contrast some of those pieces with some of the pieces that were found days and weeks later by Michael Proctor. And I'd like to start first with item 7-13. This is, I'd like to display Exhibit 343, which, Mr. Bates, is item 5. Okay. You were previously asked about Exhibit 343, which is now displayed on the screen.
Yes.
And that is the first evidence bag submitted by Trooper Proctor, is it not?
So in mine, sorry.
And you know what, let me rephrase that. He submitted evidence bags all at one time, correct?
Yes.
All on 314. So when I said the first evidence bag, I meant the earliest date of collection. I should have asked it that way. February 8th of 2022.
Sure, I don't know all of the dates that each item was collected on.
Okay, but in any case, those, according to the evidence bag that you received, the contents of that bag, which were, again, pieces of plastic, correct?
Pieces of apparent plastic.
Pieces of apparent plastic. Those were found 5 days after the pieces that you previously testified were found by DeCicco, right, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. And February 8th was now 10 days after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Can I have displayed Exhibit 346, which is 5A? Okay, looking at Exhibit 346, you will agree with me that this particular piece found on February 8th by Trooper Proctor was quite a bit larger than many of the plastic pieces that had been found by Trooper DeCicco 5 days earlier on February 3rd, correct?
I mean, there were a variety of sizes of pieces on the other one, but that is a, what is that, approximately 4-ish inches?
Right, but my point is, Exhibit 346, what's displayed, that plastic piece, is quite a bit bigger than the small pieces that were contained in DeCicco's collection, correct?
Then some of those pieces, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to move on to item 7-15, and if I could show Exhibit 352, please, which is item 8, Mr. Bates. Okay. Item 7-15, the evidence bag that supports that lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those pieces was February 11th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And again, hearkening back to DeCicco's evidence bag from February 3rd, this is now 8 days later that these pieces are found, correct?
Correct.
And it's now almost 2 weeks that these pieces are found after January 29th, right? 13 days?
Correct.
All right, if I could show Exhibit 355, which is 8A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 11th is also quite a bit larger than those small pieces that were contained in Trooper DeCicco's evidence collection, correct, on February 3rd?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to move on to item 7-16, which is number 9, Mr. Bates.
What exhibit number is this, Mr. Hanley?
And this has not yet been introduced, so I'm about to introduce it. And in fact, why don't I do that first?
Okay.
If I can approach the witness.
Sure. And there's no objection to this, Mr. Lally?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'll just have the witness identify it and then offer it. Do you recognize what that photo depicts that I've handed to you?
I do.
What is it?
The handwritten label from item 7-16.
Okay. I would offer that, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 436. Thank you.
Okay, so if I can display Exhibit 436, which is number 9.
Sure.
So we show that these pieces that Proctor found are bigger and were found after.
And again, you just identified that as the bag supporting item 7-16, correct?
Correct.
That also lists the law enforcement officer who recovered the plastic pieces as Trooper Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And the date of recovery of those plastic pieces was February 18th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
So Trooper Proctor is now finding these pieces over 2 weeks after the smaller pieces were found by Trooper DeChico, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
February 18th is nearly 3 weeks after January 29th, is it not?
Correct.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 380, which is 9A, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This one appears to be about 11 centimeters long, approximately.
Sure.
All right. If I could show Exhibit 376, which is 9B, Mr. Bates. Okay. And you would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is also quite a bit larger than those smaller plastic pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
In fact, that appears to be larger than the piece that you just identified in Exhibit 380, correct?
The one that was just on the screen?
Right.
Yes.
This one appears to be maybe about 18 centimeters long. Does that seem accurate?
I mean, it's longer than the ruler.
Okay, yeah. Finally, if we could show Exhibit 378, which is 9C, Mr. Bates. You would agree with me that this particular piece found by Trooper Proctor on February 18th is even larger than the last one that we just saw, correct?
In length, yes.
Okay. This appears to be about 19 centimeters long.
I mean, longer than the ruler that's up there.
Okay.
But I have the actual measurement in my notes.
Sure. Well, and the precise measurement's not important. I'm just getting at the relative comparison. This one's certainly quite a bit larger than the smaller pieces found by Trooper DeChico back on February 3rd, correct?
Correct.
This larger piece of red plastic, like the previous two that you just identified, were all found on February 18th, about 3 weeks after January 29th, correct, according to your records?
Correct.
And regarding these last 3 evidence bags, labeled item number 713, 715, and 716 in February of 2022, from February 8th to the 18th, those were all plastic pieces collected by Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to collecting those pieces...
You turn the lights on, Ms. Giannetti?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay. And we can take that down, please?
Yes. In addition to collecting those plastic pieces on all those different days, Michael Proctor was also the person to hand deliver those last 3 evidence bags, all on March 14th of 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you do not know what Michael Proctor did or didn't do with those evidence bags of pieces of taillight prior to March 14th of 2022 when your lab received them, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain it. We've already asked that.
All right. Now, the taillight of that Lexus sits in the housing of the Lexus, the taillight housing, such that part of the taillight faces the rear of the car and part of the taillight loops around and faces the passenger's side of the car, correct?
Sure.
All right, because it's on the corner.
Sure, yeah.
You'd agree with me that once you received the final pieces of taillight from Michael Proctor on March 14th, or once your lab received that, you were then able to piece together a majority of the taillight, correct?
So I wasn't assigned this case until later, once everything had already been submitted to the laboratory.
Right. So it was true that after Michael Proctor submitted these pieces of taillight on March 14th, it was after that that you were able to do the reconstruction that you testified about, correct?
Correct.
If I could have Exhibit 432 displayed, which is image 2151, Mr. Bates. That is the reconstruction, the final reconstruction that you were able to do, correct? You would agree with me that there's one section of that taillight that was missing completely, correct?
Correct.
And that missing section is noticeably visible in your reconstruction, is it not?
Yes.
And do you still have that laser pointer there?
I do.
Would you please point to the section of taillight that's missing? Okay. Appears to be a hole on the upper left side of that exhibit.
Is that a question?
Yes, it actually was. I should have said right or correct, but I didn't.
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me, and if we could zoom back out, Mr. Bates, you would agree with me that the portion of taillight that you did not have was strictly on the rear side of the taillight, if I can call it that.
I am not sure what orientation that goes on to a car.
Okay. But in any case, to this day, you do not know where the pieces that make up that whole are or what happened to them, correct?
I do not.
I may have a moment.
Okay.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mix Vallier, in reference to items 7-17 and 18, the orange T-shirt and the gray sweatshirt, fair to say you never actually physically saw those items, correct?
The clothing? No, I did not.
Okay. Now, the debris that was provided, are you familiar with how that process or who got those debris items from those clothing items?
I can look at my notes and tell you who submitted it or who transferred it to our unit.
If you could.
Okay. Okay.
Your witness is ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm sorry. And from your review, who was that person?
Maureen Hartnett.
Now, as far as the 1/8 of an inch by a 1/16 of an inch red and clear apparent plastic pieces that you observed within that debris, that was mixed in with other debris as far as dirt, fibers, things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch pieces that were contained within that debris, was that something that you observed visually or microscopically or both?
So visually, I take overall pictures of the debris, and then I'll look through the stereo zoom to see if there's anything that looks different. and then I'll take a picture of that. So that is what I did. I looked through the stereo zoom.
Now, as far as the collection of evidence, fair to say you don't know who was a trooper, who was there when they were collected, how many troopers were there when it was collected, anything to do with that, fair to say?
Yes.
And as far as the pieces that you testified to, as far as fitting them mechanically together, all of those pieces then fit mechanically onto the taillight housing taken from the defendant's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Nothing further.
Okay.
Nothing on that.
All right, Ms. Vallier, you are all set. Thank you very much.
It's like, thank goodness, get me out of here.
Joyce, do you want to take your morning break now? Or wait? You have questions? Yeah, people are saying yes, so we'll take the morning break now.
Yeah,
All rise for the court, please.
they're like, get me out of here. Oh, goodness. Okay, so. Hot mic moment.
So I'll see counsel for a second at sidebar, please.
Court is still in session.
Sidebar. All right, so the pieces that are fitting together, obviously showing that they are coming from Karen's car. The prosecution is going to, wants you to see that, like, yes, this came from Karen's car, found these pieces, fit them together. Defense is wanting to point out that some of the bigger pieces that were turned in by Proctor were, or some of the pieces that were turned in by Proctor were bigger than some of the first pieces, and they were found later by Proctor. I think the insinuation there is that, because remember, part of their theory is that Proctor planted the pieces. So I think pointing out that the date on those and that they were turned in by Proctor and they were later and they were bigger is showing, okay, well, if they did the first search and found these smaller pieces, then how would they have missed the bigger pieces? But then all of a sudden here comes Proctor with bigger pieces, et cetera, et cetera. So see what the jury thinks about that. It's really hard to, there's no way to really know what a jury thinks. I mean, you can look at how split people are on, social media and in chats and stuff like that about this, and you can see how convinced people are one way or the other. And that kind of gives you an idea of how people can look at the same evidence and see very different things. So it'll be interesting to see how the jury interprets all this. How long did it take for the snow to melt within the week after the incident? Well, on the 4th, they said that there was some rain and warmer weather that came that melted some of the snow. So they started doing more searches around that time. That's when Berkowitz was apparently doing his drive-by on a scene that wasn't his, which still I don't really understand. But that's when he drove by and saw the taillight pieces and called Canton PD before he called the troopers, which I also don't understand. So today is a full day, and then tomorrow is a half day. I think tomorrow they're ending at like noon, and then there's no court Friday. At this point, they need a meteorologist to talk to us about the melting process of the snow. Actually, I think I didn't get to watch it, but I saw where I saved it. I didn't watch hardly anything yesterday. After I unpacked and went to get groceries and did my adult responsibility stuff yesterday, I was so exhausted that I slept. So I have all this stuff to catch up on. But one of the things was I saw on Canton
You are unmuted.
They had a forensic meteorologist on there last night. I want to go back and watch that.
All right.
You are muted.
You are muted. So I'll be, I want to watch that and see what they said on that. The court schedule is ridiculous. Yeah, the thing is I get like this is a long trial, so they have to try to fit other things in. Normally if trial is going for a week or two, they can kind of push other things off. But since this one's going for 84 years and they have, different things going on with the jury that they had planned to have time off for and things like that too. So, it's the only way they could see the jury. Glare in the house looking bored as ever. 80s music man, always so helpful. Hello. Wait until you see how the woman took the swabs of the shirt and blood. Oh. Yeah, I think, it's crazy to me because as much as I talk about how things were done so poorly during this investigation and during all of this stuff, I am shocked at how much hate comes along with pointing these things out, because I feel like people on both sides should be so mad. People on both sides and the people who don't know, haven't made up their minds yet. I feel, and that's one thing that I really don't understand about this. I feel like people on both sides should be so frustrated at how this was handled, because if you think she's, innocent, then you should be mad because look at how things were handled. If you think that she's guilty, you should be mad because look at how things were handled. Because if you think she's guilty, then if things were done properly, it would leave less room for doubt. If you think she's innocent and things were done properly, it would leave, it would answer more questions one way or the other. So I'm shocked that people on both sides aren't mad about this. That blows my mind. It's something I don't understand. And I guess it's because the people who, who have already convicted her before the end of trial in their minds, don't want those things pointed out so that there's less questions, but it's the opposite. It's the opposite. We should all be mad. Think about how many questions could be answered. Think about how many things could be ruled out if they had done things properly. So I don't get it. I guess I'll never get it. Allie B from Tennessee, member for 9 whole months. I'm not important here. Didn't hear from y'all. And did you come? Did you come to CrimeCon? It was exhausting, but it was a good time. It was a good time. Do you have a simulated video of how she supposedly hit him? I can't picture it all. I don't know. There's some floating around out there, but none of them seem to make much sense. So I think that for the prosecution to explain it to the jury, I would think that they would have to have something kind of like that, maybe, to, explain, this is how our theory is that it happened. So, but I've seen some, but not any that are done well. Let's see, the collection and mixing of samples is horrible, plus the solo cup samples were never processed. Yeah, and one of those things now, looking back, it's like, keep in mind that when they were doing all of that, they didn't have any idea what had happened yet. And I know that people say like, oh, well, she confessed. If she confessed, then they would have taken it seriously as a confession, but that's not what happened. Like she, you know, they didn't arrest her on scene. They sent her Section 12 because she was talking about killing herself. You know, if she had confessed, then it would have been totally different. They wouldn't have, you know, I mean, they called in saying, who was it, Lank, that called in saying, you know, he doesn't know what happened. It looks like, how did he word it? Something about, it could have been, looks like it could have been an assault or something. And, you know, in the reports that said something about how it looked like a domestic dispute after the bar and stuff like that. So if it was a confession, and I know that people want for it to be a confession, and I'm not saying that she did or didn't say it. We know that she at least said, did I hit him? The whole I hit him thing has been, you know, different opinions on that. But whatever she said, whoever heard it, it wasn't taken as a confession because obviously it wasn't treated that way. So that's just something that I don't agree. Like, I mean, if she had confessed, then it would have been a totally different scene from the beginning. But I think about, you know, Lank calling in and saying, I think it was Lank, called in and said, you know, this is looks like it could have been an assault or something, you know, like they didn't know what was going on. Everybody described the scene as chaotic. So these are all things that there would have been no excuse to not do properly in the beginning. I think that's, you know, it's a problem. It just, to me, shows a lack of concern, which is frustrating. Because I just think about how many things, like, think about all the things that, and how they were done so poorly, and how many questions that leaves open. And if it hadn't have been, like, if there weren't all these, if things weren't done so poorly and things, you know, were done properly, it could have closed up a lot of that doubt in different things. It wouldn't have left that open. But Heidi says, if she is guilty, the way it was handled leaves room for injustice. You're correct. That should upset people. I agree. I feel like everybody should be mad about it. And it just blows my mind that people are like, no, it's not a big deal. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It is. It is. It is. It is. Because if that were how an investigation were done for my family, and I'm sitting there looking at the lack of care that they put in it and how that leaves open so much room for doubt and alternate theories and conspiracies or anything else, I'd be pissed. C. Morales, member for 1 whole year. What a year it has been. So happy to be here. We are happy to have you here. 1 whole year. 1 whole year. It is good to have you. It's the worst injustice to a police officer. I agree. But I feel like a lot of people want to skip over all of that. Like, they don't want to acknowledge that because they just want to focus on, you know, her being guilty, which is fine. You're allowed to think she's guilty. You're allowed to think she's innocent. You're allowed to wait till it all comes out, to make up your mind. But no matter where people stand, I don't get the making excuses for things being done with such a lack of care. I don't get it. I'll never get it. I can understand looking at things why people think she's innocent. I can understand looking at things why people think she's guilty. I cannot understand looking at things why people think it's okay that the investigation was done the way it is. That's something I don't get. Hello, hello. Welcome. Selena K says, I agree that she is guilty, but the investigation was botched. So, Selena K, do you feel like because this is one of the things that I think, I love that you I've noticed that a lot of people who think that she's guilty will not acknowledge that the investigation was so messed up. So I love that you're able to do that. Do you feel like that is going to give the jury reasonable doubt? Because I feel like all of these mistakes that they made and all of the corners that they cut and all of the things that they did improperly, I feel like that's what gives them that's what gives the defense so many holes to poke and and doubt to work with. The accused should be. I would be, for so many reasons. I would be. John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer of 16 years. The cavalry should have been called out. This is disgraceful. I agree. I agree. Janie and George says that for me, if the investigation is questionable, then there is doubt. I think what's hard on this one too, and this is why I say I can understand why people, I can understand both sides, and and trial's not over yet, so but I can understand both sides. But I think that having so many questions in the investigation, plus having some inconsistencies with the witnesses and the statements and the reports and all of that, I think that's what's going to be probably one of the biggest providers of reasonable doubt. Honestly, I wish, and I know I'm not an attorney, so this isn't my call, I wish that the defense had gone with the Bowden defense, where they can say, here are some, potential culprits who were not investigated and had reason to be. I feel like that is, in this case, plenty to show reasonable doubt. I am not a fan of the third-party culprit defense because, and I've said this before, I feel like either way, the reason that this case is difficult, because either way, the prosecution is saying that Karen is responsible. The defense is saying that, these three people are responsible, like Brian, and Colin. And it's hard for me because even discussing both theories, no matter what you're discussing, somebody is, and no matter what you think is, if she's innocent and they're guilty, or if you think that, they're innocent and she's guilty, no matter what, you're having to discuss, by discussing the case, you're having to discuss that, somebody's being accused of something horrendous that they didn't do. And that makes this really hard. I wish that they had gone with just stuck with bone defense instead of third party culprit because of that, just because it's, you know, it just has made it so contentious. But, you know, can you hear that? They're doing some kind of drilling or something. Multiple butt dials, multiple destroyed phones, multiple deleted calls and searches, and people think she did it. See, John Davidson, that's another one of the things that, like, that's one of the things I think with the witnesses having just such weirdness going on. It's another one of the things that I think causes doubt. The injuries do not match a car accident. That's one of the, remember we've talked about all the hurdles that you have to get over to get past that reasonable doubt finish line. And the injuries, I think when we did a poll, the injuries being matched up to the car were like the number one thing that people said that they would have to have explained in order to get past that reasonable doubt hump. It should have been a bad defense. I agree, Brady. Yeah, that's what I think. Thank you so much, Gerardo Swafford, super chat. I finally landed a job. Yay! Thank you for making unemployment less stressful with your coverage. Oh, yay! Congratulations to you. Congratulations. You got to tell them though that you can't start until trial is over. You got to tell them that you're busy until trial is over. You got jury duty. Congratulations. That's awesome. And thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. They said they're not only going to clear Karen, but let everyone know what happened. Hey guys, I forgot which arm were the wounds on and which shoe was off his foot. It was his right arm, right? Wait. I'm trying to think of the pictures. Right arm? I have to go back and look. I don't want to say the wrong thing. And then people will clip it and be like, Brady doesn't know what she's talking about. Oh, they love to come at me. Unless they have proof of the third-party culprits, which they very well may have. Yeah. They might. I told y'all I'm keeping an open mind throughout the entire thing until everything is over. I just hate that no matter what, you know, I hate that no matter what, like, you know, people are getting, somebody is getting accused of something they didn't do. And that part is the hard part about this trial, because it's not just having to prove guilt for one person. It's, you know, having others being accused as well. Selena K says, I just can't think that every police officer would engage in a cover-up. See, okay, I'm glad you said this, because this is something that I think is one of the big misconceptions. I have noticed there's like a scale of the level that people seem to think of who's involved. And I've noticed this. I feel like there are some who are on the more like extreme side, where they're like, yeah, everybody's in this cover up, and like all of the witnesses and all of the EMT and all of the police officers and, you know, like the medical examiners and all that. Like those are kind of the extremists. And I think that that's very unrealistic, honestly. Come at me, bro. I don't care. To me, that's unrealistic. And I know that there are some of the extremists who think that, and that's fine. And everybody's allowed, you know, to have their own opinions. for me personally, that's very unrealistic. I think that the whole thing with the cover-up, in order for the cover-up to be plausible, we've seen cover-ups before. We've seen, like, if you've watched, you know, like, what is it, Trial 4? Or, which was also Boston area. And what's the other one that had the big cover-up in the Boston police? I can't, y'all will know who it is. The where the guy killed his pregnant wife. And they had, anyway, and Sandra Birchmore. Yes, Sandra Birchmore. Like there's, so like a cover-up is not totally unbelievable. A cover-up involving that many people, to me, is Chuck Stewart. Yes, yes, Charles Stewart, Chuck Stewart. Yes. There is history of this happening. We've seen it, you know, in Boston area. We've seen it all over the place. It is not impossible for it to happen. For me personally, it is not realistic for it to involve as many people as some of the extremists say that it does. I think that if there is a cover-up, it's generally going to have to be a small amount of people. And like, for instance, in this one, I think if
You are unmuted.
if it's a cover-up, it would have to be, you know, like 3 or 4 people who are all related to each other, and everyone else is kind of like stacking the evidence because they already think that she's guilty. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that it would be everybody's involved in this. I don't think that's realistic.
All right, Mr. Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth call Ms. Christina Hanley to the stand.
Okay.
I think for it to be plausible, it would only be a few people. And then I think that the other people, Hanley, the other people would all be just...
Step right up there. Just watch your step for me.
people who are not necessarily covering, but...
The court and jury, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. Take the stand.
It's on the lowest setting.
Yes. No ties here. All opinions welcome.
Okay.
As long as they're respectful. And you are.
All right. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Sure. It's Christina Hanley. Hanley is spelled Hanley.
And what do you do for work, ma'am?
I am a forensic scientist at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory.
And how long have you been at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
I have been there for approximately 16 years.
Now, ma'am, if I could ask you just a little bit about your educational background, starting with where did you go and what, if any, degree did you receive with regard to your undergraduate?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemistry with a concentration in Forensics from Merrimack College.
And then after receiving those degrees from Merrimack, where did you go from there?
I began working at the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab in 2008.
She does look so young.
From your work there in 2008, what did you do next?
So I began as a chemist 1 in the drug identification unit. Once I completed my training in there, I was promoted to a chemist 2. In 2009, I transferred into the trace unit as a chemist 2, which is the equivalent of a forensic scientist 2 currently. And in 2017, I was promoted to a forensic scientist 3 in the trace, arson, and explosives unit.
And if you could describe for the jury sort of the difference between a forensic scientist or a chemist 1, forensic scientist 2, forensic scientist 3 within your lab.
Sure. So forensic scientist 2 is considered like a bench analyst working on casework.
Hey, Ms. Hanley, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up really loud, okay?
A forensic scientist 3 is a unit supervisor, and I also perform casework.
And how long is it you've been a forensic scientist 3 or a supervisor within the trace unit?
I have been a supervisor since 2017 for approximately 7 years.
Keep your voice up, please, ma'am.
Strike 2. Oh, dang.
Now, Ms. Hanley, with reference to starting in general terms with the trace unit, if you could describe to the jury what is the trace unit and what type of analyses are done within that unit.
Sure. So the type of examination that we do in the Trace Arson and Explosives Unit, I examine and compare trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hair, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and I also do physical match examinations as well as serial number restorations on firearms.
What type of training did you receive at the lab?
So I received in-house training as well as some external training. The in-house training consisted of required readings, exercises, observing other analysts working on casework in the lab. I was required to successfully complete a written exam, a competency test, and a mock trial.
And if you could describe to the juries sort of what your duties and responsibilities are with your current position at the lab.
Sure. So I'm responsible for the daily operations in the unit, training other new analysts in the unit. I perform technical and administrative reviews of case files. I also work on casework, like I had mentioned, examining trace evidence such as paint, fibers, hairs, glass, tape, miscellaneous items, and physical match examinations and serial number restorations on firearms.
Now, is your lab, the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, is that accredited somehow?
Yes, it is.
And can you describe to the jury what that accreditation means, essentially?
Sure. So an accreditation, it's a formal recognition that the lab is in compliance with certain accreditation requirements.
And is the lab that you work for, is that currently up to code or up to speed with regard to accreditation?
Yes.
Now, as far as you mentioned that you work as a supervisor and review other people's casework, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, when it comes to this specific area, as far as trace analysis or comparison of items, who, if anyone, reviews your work?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end of that.
When it comes to this type of analysis, as far as comparison of items, who is it that reviews your work?
So depending on the type of case, currently we do have an external technical reviewer who is authorized to perform that technical review.
And is that external review, is that essentially as a result of there's no one else at the lab that can do what you do?
With some of the disciplines that I perform casework in, I am the only one. So when I do those types of cases, we utilize an external technical reviewer.
Now, are you familiar with the proficiency test?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jury what that is and how that plays into either your work at the lab or the accreditation process that the lab goes through?
Sure. So a proficiency test monitors an analyst's performance. It's a quality assurance process, and I am required to complete at least one external PT annually.
due to the multiple subdisciplines in trace, I do typically perform or complete more than one proficiency test per year.
And are the proficiency tests that you take, are they required by the accrediting body, ANAP?
Yes.
And have you passed each of those proficiency tests that you've undertaken over the years?
I have successfully completed my proficiency tests.
Now, turning your attention to this case, at some point, did you become involved in an analysis in reference to a lab case number 22-02184?
Yes.
And the name of the suspect on that is Karen Reed, is that correct?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury, again, just in a general sense, in any sort of case, when items come into your possession at the lab, how is that done, and sort of what do you do with those items when you first receive them?
Sure. So evidence is submitted to the lab through the evidence unit. It's assigned a unique lab number and barcode. The information for the case is input into our LIMS system, which stands for Laboratory Information Management System. And a chain of custody of the items is tracked in that LIMS system. When I take an item into my custody, I then document it with photos and notes, and then I proceed with sampling and microscopic examination and instrumental analysis.
Now, specifically when it comes to you mentioned you have a variety of sort of subdisciplines or different types of testing or casework that you do, is that correct?
Yes.
Specifically as it applies to an analysis or an examination of items of glass, what, if any, experience or what types of cases would it be that you've looked at those types of items in the past?
So I have examined glass numerous times from a variety of different types of cases. For example, a hit and run or a B&E.
And as far as the types of, are there different types of glass that you've performed examinations on in the past as well?
Yes, I mean, there could be a variety of type of glass that I could come across for examination.
And with respect to examination of glass, what are some of the steps, or what is the process, or what, if any, instrumentality are you using to conduct your examination?
Sure. So when I examine an item that is glass, I document it with photos and notes, making general observations of appearance, color. I examine a portion microscopically and observe certain optical properties. And then I will also check to see if it fluoresces under UV light. And I also will sample it for analytical analysis using a GRIM, which stands for Glass Refractive Index Measurement.
If you could explain to the jury the GRIM device, how does that work?
Sure. So it measures the refractive index. Refractive index. Your sample is placed into an oil of a known refractive index, and that then gets placed onto a hot stage of the microscope of the GRIM instrument. And it goes through a process of cooling and heating. and it looks for the match point temperature. And from that match point temperature, we're able to determine the refractive index of the glass sample.
Now, as far as that determination of the refractive index of a glass sample, how is that? Is that something that you're viewing, and how are you viewing it? What are you viewing?
It's viewed through the software that the GRIM instrument uses.
And how does that appear as far as visually when you're looking at it?
So it essentially, you watch the cooling and heating process of this sample, like I had mentioned, and it determines the match point temperatures, and it takes an average, and it then calculates the refractive index for the sample.
Now, is there another device that you utilize in the lab called an FTIR?
Yes.
And can you explain, first of all, what that term stands for?
Sure. It stands for Fourier Transform Infrared Spectrometer. Sorry.
And what is that device, and how is that used in your examination?
So it's an analytical technique that's used for certain types of analysis. Basically, your sample is exposed to infrared light, and it reacts in a certain way. And what's produced is what we call a spectrum or a graph. And it's just a series of peaks and valleys that are representative of the sample.
Now, turning your attention back to this case, 22-02184, starting with, were there some glass pieces that you examined in reference to that case?
Yes.
And what were the item numbers associated with the glass pieces that you examined in this case?
Sure. So the item numbers it was item 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14.
And if you recall, as far as starting with item 3-2, how was there any other sort of label associated with that beyond just item 3-2?
3-2 was a clear, apparent drinking glass.
And item 3-3?
Item 3-3, I believe, was the clear, apparent glass pieces recovered from the bumper of the vehicle.
And then item 7-12?
That was some clear, apparent glass that was recovered. It was recovered from the ground.
In the ground at 34 Fairview Road, is that correct?
Yes. Yeah.
And lastly, item 7-14?
7-14 was also a clear, apparent piece of glass that was recovered from the road.
Now, with reference to item 3-2, the drinking glass, what, if any, observations did you make or did you note during the course of your examination of that?
Sure. So it appeared to have broken, irregular edges. And that was all I had noted at that point.
Did you take measurements as far as height and width?
I did.
Do you recall what those were?
I would need to refer to my notes for that.
Yes, you can use your notes.
So the diameter of the bottom of the drinking glass was 2 3/4 inches. Approximately 2 3/4 inches, and it measured approximately 2.5 inches in height.
In addition to the measurements that you took, what, if anything else, did you note as far as the interior and the exterior of that glass cup?
That there was some dirt debris material noted on the exterior and interior of that item.
Now, as far as item 3-3, the apparent glass on the rear bumper of the vehicle, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that, or how many pieces were there?
Sure. So it consisted of 5 clear pieces of apparent glass, with broken irregular edges. The largest piece measured approximately 7/8 of an inch by 5/16 of an inch, and the smallest piece measured approximately 3/16 of an inch by 1/8 of an inch.
Now, within those 5 pieces in items 3-3, were they then given each of those pieces respectively an additional label or marker?
Yes.
And was that an alphabetical one, essentially A through E?
Yes, I labeled them A through E.
Now, with regard to piece E from item 3-3, what, if anything, in addition, did you do with regard to that piece?
So what I labeled as piece E, I also used the Grimm instrument for analytical instrumentation.
Now, with regard to item 7-12, or the 14 pieces of glass and clear plastic, what, if anything, did you observe in your initial observations or initial examination of those pieces individually?
Pandas are alternate.
So in item 7-12, it consisted of 5 pieces of clear apparent plastic and 9 pieces of clear apparent glass, all with broken irregular edges.
Now, specific to the 9 pieces of broken glass, what, if any, examination did you do of them initially?
So the 9 pieces of apparent glass were examined microscopically.
Now, lastly, with regard to item 7-14, the pieces of glass recovered from 34 Fairview Road, what, if anything, did you note during your initial examination of them, and observations did you make in regard to that?
Sure. So item 7-14 consisted of 1 clear piece of apparent glass with broken irregular edges.
Now, as far as the microscopic appearance, so when you're putting something under the microscope and you're looking at what kind of things are you looking for? What kind of characteristics are you looking for when you're examining something microscopically?
So I look at several things. So initially, I look at the color, whether there are like flat, smooth surfaces to the glass, whether it's flat or curvature. And then I may sample some more to examine under a polarized light microscope and check to see if there are certain optical properties under a polarized light microscope that are characteristic of glass.
And in addition to looking at each of these items individually, then what, if any, comparison did you do between those various items 3-2, 3-3, 7-12, and 7-14?
So between those items, I first examined them to see if there was a physical match between item 3-2 and item 7-12 and 7-14. And then I also did a comparison of 3-2 to item 3-3. And then I also compared item 3-3 to 7-14 for possible physical match. And in addition, I also sampled some pieces for use for examination on the GRIM instrument.
Let me ask you, just as far as classification goes, are you familiar with the terms as far as a class characteristic versus an individual characteristic?
Yes.
Can you explain what those terms mean and how they relate to each other within your specific forensic field?
Sure. So a class characteristic is when a material can be associated with a group of items that share characteristics. Like for example, fibers or tape. An individual characteristic is when a material can be associated with a single source, for example, a physical match.
Now, with reference to your analysis between items 3-2 and 7-12, what, if any, conclusions were you able to draw from your examination or comparison of those items?
Sure. So, right, there are several items that I'll just have to refer to my conclusion, if that's okay, on my report.
Yes, you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes. So item 3-2 was found to have a physical match with 6 of the pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12. But there was no physical match with the 3 other pieces from 7-12.
Based on that physical match that you determined, what, if any, conclusions can you come to with regard to those items that were physical match?
Sure. So item 3-2 and the 6 pieces from 7-12 were at one time together as one unit. So then item 3-2 and all 9 pieces from item 7-12 were examined microscopically. However, there was no physical match found with the piece of clear glass from 7-14. Item 3-2 and all 9 pieces of clear apparent glass from 7-12 were examined microscopically, but no physical match was found with 2 of the pieces from the clear apparent glass from item 3-3.
Now, with reference to item 3-3 and item 7-14, what, if any, comparison examination were you able to do in reference to that?
Sure. So item 3- so two of the clear glass pieces from 3-3 were examined microscopically. No physical match was found with the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. One of the pieces that I had labeled as piece E from item 3-3 was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with examined portions of the piece of clear glass from item 7-14. So accordingly, the examined portion of the piece of clear glass that I labeled as E from item 3-3 could have originated from the examined portion of the piece of clear glass from item 714 or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, Ms. Hanley, you used a term in there as far as instrumental properties. Can you explain to the jury what that term means and how it relates to your examination in this case?
So the instrumental properties, that's referring to the Grimm analysis that I did. So in comparing the refractive index from 3-3 versus 7-14.
So the clear apparent glass from item 3-2 that was recovered from the scene was a physical match for 6 pieces from 7-12, which were additional glass pieces found from the scene, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Sure. So the the drinking glass from item 3-2 was a physical match for 6 of the pieces from item 7-12, which was glass recovered from the scene, correct?
Correct.
And then the 2 of the pieces from item 3-3, or one of the pieces, excuse me, piece E, from 3-3, which was from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle, was consistent with a piece of clear glass from 7-14, which was found on the ground, correct?
Correct.
Now, Ms. Hanley, in addition to that trace analysis that you performed with regard to the glass pieces, what, if any, other excuse me, additional examination did you do with regard to items of debris?
Sure. So I also examined item 3-1 and 7-18.18.
Now, starting with item 7-18.18, what, if any, other description did you have as far as what that item was or where it came from?
So 7-18.18 is scrapings, trace material recovered from the victim's clothing.
And that would be both an orange T-shirt and a gray long sleeve shirt, is that correct?
Correct.
And those particular items, as far as the debris, that was provided to your unit within the lab by whom?
I believe it was Maureen that did the scraping of the clothing and had those scrapings transferred to our unit for further examination.
And that would be Maureen Hartnett, is that correct?
Yes.
And then as far as what, if any, items, the other item was 3-1, is that correct?
Correct.
That was the actual sort of taillight housing from the vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to your notes, who, if anyone, provided that piece of evidence to your unit or to your lab for that comparison purpose?
I would have to double check who, I believe it was Maureen, but I'm not, I would have to double check in my.
Go ahead, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I'll have to put Lucy's little panda suit on her at lunch break.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. It was Trooper Christopher Moore that had that item delivered to the lab.
Now, with reference to item 3-1, the passenger side taillight from the vehicle, what, if any, observations or things did you note in regard to your sort of initial examination of the taillight?
So I did notice that there were portions of the taillight, portions that were clear and red that had broken irregular edges. It appeared to be that there was damage to it.
Now, with reference to your examination just of the taillight now, what, if any, instruments did you utilize in the course of your examination of the taillight?
Sure. So during my examination, a polarized light microscope, a comparison microscope, as well as a FTIR with a microscope attachment and a microspectrophotometer also known as a microspec.
Now, the Graham and the FTIR, I believe you've already discussed in your testimony. As far as the microspec is concerned, can you explain to the jury sort of what that instrument is and how it's used and how you used it in this examination specifically?
Sure. So a microspec is used to examine items that have color. So essentially, your sample is exposed to visible light, reacts in a certain way. Some of the light gets absorbed, some of it gets transmitted, and we get a spectrum, and it's representative of the dye or pigment in the sample.
Now, with reference to item 7-18.18, that being the debris from the victim's clothing, what, if any, observations or measurements did you take in reference to that particular item?
Sure. So I noted that there was some clear plastic material, as well as some red plastic material, and I would have to refer to my report for exact measurements of those items.
You can go ahead and do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So the piece of clear plastic measured approximately 1/8 of an inch by 1/16 of an inch. And the largest piece of one of the red plastic pieces measured approximately 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch. And the smallest piece from that measured approximately less than 1/16 of an inch by less than 1/16 of an inch.
As far as measurements go, as far as your examination, as far as the lab is concerned, is 1/16 of an inch sort of the bottom row as far as measurements go?
Yes.
So if something is less than that, it's just sort of noted as less than 1/16 of an inch, is that correct?
Yes.
And with regard to that debris, the clear and red plastic from the debris, what, if any, examination or what, if any, instruments did you use to conduct your examination just of those pieces?
So I examined a portion of the clear plastic, as well as one of the pieces of the red plastic. I examined them microscopically, and I analyzed portions instrumentally using an FTIR and a microspec.
And based on those examinations, starting with the clear plastic material that you observed, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with reference to comparison of the clear plastic material to the taillight housing?
So the clear plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color and instrumental properties with the examined portion of the clear plastic from the taillight. So accordingly, the clear plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the clear plastic from item 3-1 taillight or from another source with the same characteristics.
Now, similarly, with from your examination of the red pieces of plastic in the taillight versus the red pieces of plastic contained within the debris, what, if any, conclusion were you able to come from your examination of the comparison of those items?
Sure. So the examined portions of the red plastic from item 7-18.18 was found to be consistent in color, microscopic appearance, instrumental properties with the examined portions of the red plastic from the taillight item 3-1. So accordingly, the red plastic from 7-18.18 could have originated from the red plastic from item 3-1, the taillight, or from another source with the same characteristics.
Thank you. Can I have one moment, John?
Yes.
So the tiny pieces on his clothing, 1/16 of an inch or less,
Thank you very much, ma'am. I have no further questions.
could have come from the taillight or some other source similar.
Actually, Mr. Jackson, before you begin, why don't I see you both at sidebar vote?
Sidebar. Sidebar. Nikki, happy 13 months. Happy 13 months. For those of you joining us, we do the pandas or whatever when things get either difficult or hard to focus on, because some of us who are extremely ADD can't focus without extra stuff happening. So ask and you shall receive. These are from Explore Bears and Bison from explore.org. Wolong Grove Panda Cam. So you can subscribe to them and watch as often as you want.
Actually, Jim, I guess I'll take it back.
Your Honor, may I approach the court magistrate for just a moment to get VD for identification?
Which one?
Victor.
Yes, or from another source with same characteristics.
Thank you. May I inquire? Yes. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Well, almost afternoon, Ms. Hanley.
Good morning.
I'd like to show you a document just to begin our conversation this morning, if I may. May I approach?
Yes.
This has been previously identified as EV, as in Victor. And I'd like to ask you, first of all, to take a look at that and tell me if you generally recognize what that document is.
Yes, it appears to be a chain of custody of several items.
Okay, and is that a chain of custody document reflective of the crime lab's case number in this case? Sort of a clumsy question. Do you understand what my question is?
It is the chain of custody for 22-02184.
And is that the case number that the Massachusetts State Crime Lab, Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab is still assigned to this case that you're testifying about today?
Yes, that's correct.
And you've seen reports like this before, correct?
Yes.
They're routinely used in the crime lab to track evidence and maintain chain of custody, at least at the crime lab. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the information contained in the report is entered at or near the time of the event that's memorialized?
Yes.
Okay. and it's relied on generally by the crime lab as a business record, correct? As a record of the events memorialized.
Yes, it's a record of the chain of custody of items within the lab.
Okay, and my question is it relied on by the lab for truth and accuracy, as best you can maintain it, to track items of evidence within the lab?
Yes, it does track items.
And the information contained in the report is presumed by you and other supervisors at the lab to be accurate. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of VV as an exhibit.
Objection.
See that, we'll see you at the side.
Sidebar. Sidebar. So, what are we thinking? How are we feeling? Jackson and chain of custody has been a recurring theme in this trial. I hear the fighter jets out there. Nosy Rose said, I'm feeling bored. Yeah, you know, some of the stuff like this is a little bit tedious to listen to sometimes. These are some of the things that I know, you know, the way that court is set up, you have a certain way that they have to ask questions and they have to go through it, and it can be very tedious. It's kind of one of those things where this is like where you wish that they could just tell you everything that like they were able to find out. But I know that's not how court works.
Are unmuted.
And I'm sorry, Your Honor, my request at sidebar is reserved.
Yes.
Thank you. May I inquire?
Yes.
Ms. Hanley, I want to draw your attention specifically to the glass pieces that Mr. Lally asked you about. Would you agree that there's a lot of numbers that were discussed, correct?
A lot of...
I compared 3-2 to 7-12, and sub A, B, C, and D of 712 were compared with 3-2 and 3-3. A lot of numbers, right?
Yes, there are a lot of numbers, items.
Okay. I want to try, if I can, see how well it goes, to clear that up and categorize those.
Sure.
Perhaps, would you agree that we could put the items that you compared and examined in your analysis in 4 categories: 3-2, the cup or the glass; 3-3, the bumper glass; 7-12, the 9 pieces of glass recovered by a trooper named Bukhenik at the scene; and 7-14, a single piece of glass recovered by a trooper named Proctor at the scene. Would you agree that those 4 categories are basically what you analyzed between and among each other?
Yes, there's 4 total items.
Okay. And within those items, there were some subcategories of items in some of those, correct?
Yes, because some of the items had multiple pieces, so they were labeled just to keep track of the pieces.
Okay. So if I could ask you to take those one at a time, pardon me, 3-2, under that column, visually, that would be a single item, just the cup, correct?
Correct.
3-3, under that single item, the bumper, there would be 5 sub-items, A, B, C, and D, and E.
Yes, that's correct.
Public school education. Under 7-12, the third column, there's 9 pieces, correct? A, B, C, D, E, F as in Frank, I, K, and L are the 9 glass pieces, correct?
Correct.
They're close to being alphabetical, not quite toward the end, right?
Correct. I would have to look at my report for the exact letters, but...
Sure, go ahead and look at your report.
So so the
Or GNHR?
the 9 pieces of clear apparent glass were labeled as A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L.
Okay. And then, of course, the last category would be 7-14. That's a single piece of glass that was recovered at the scene by Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor. Just
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute on this.
Why? We want to know. We want to hear. Hello. Welcome. He does, I don't know where GNH are. I don't know. They wouldn't let the chain of custody document come in. So I don't know. But some of it was submitted by Bukhenik.
You are unmuted.
And then the one from Proctor, 7.
Yes.
All right. So the last category we were talking about, 7-14, that was a single piece of glass, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. First of all, I'm going to ask you to take your comparisons one at a time, if I can. You compared the cup in 3-2 to the 9 pieces recovered at the scene. A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
Is that 7-12 you're talking about?
7-12. Thank you.
Sorry, can you say the letters again? I just don't know if I heard all of them.
A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, L.
Yes, that's correct.
Of those pieces that I just mentioned, the cup was a match to A, B, C, D, F, and K, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Pieces E and I were compared to each other, and you matched them, correct?
So I believe I'd have to look further in my notes, but I believe E and I were found to fit together by
Physical properties, meaning mechanical properties.
yes, but I would have to check my notes, but I believe it was the previous analyst that looked at 7-12 that found the physical match between E and I.
But that wasn't you?
Is it okay if I look at my notes?
Sure. I don't want to get bogged down, but yes, please.
Can we read faster? No. That's what it sounds like, Nosy Rosie. He said E and I were a match to each other, but not to the item from
Okay,
3-2.
so item 7-12 was previously examined by another analyst in the trace unit. Specifically, E and I received, when I opened this item for examination, E and I were taped together because they were found to have a physical match by the analyst who previously examined the item.
Great. Importantly, E, I, and L, however, were not found to match the cup in 3-2, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You also compared the cup in 3-2 to the 5 items recovered on the bumper in 3-3, correct?
I'm sorry, say that again.
You also analyzed the cup in 3-2 against the 5 items, A, B, C, D, and E, in 3-3, the bumper glass, correct?
I did examine I compared item 3-2 to 2 of the pieces marked as A and B from item 3-3,
And those
which
were
was
deemed not to match the cup, correct?
correct.
And you did not analyze C and D, correct? I'm assuming that's because of size.
So the rest of the items were not used for physical match examination due to size and condition.
So as you sit here, none of the items on the bumper were deemed to match the cup, correct?
Correct.
All right. So you did end up analyzing one of the items on the bumper, item E as an echo, and you analyze that against the single piece of glass found at the scene in 7-14, correct?
Correct.
And you used both, well, you used a variety, it sounds like, of analyses, including microscopy, UV light, the glass refractive index, GRIM process, correct?
That's correct.
You also used the FTIR, is that right? Infrared spectrometry?
That's incorrect.
Okay, you did not use FTIR in this analysis?
I did not.
Okay, but in the analysis that you did use, you found that there was a match between item E on the bumper and the single piece of glass in 7-14, correct?
They were found to be consistent. They were found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties.
Okay, so importantly, you also compared the single piece of glass in our sort of visual column 4, 7-14, that single piece of glass to the cup. You found that it didn't match, correct?
Correct.
All right. So lastly, you tested the single piece of glass found in the fourth column, 714, against the 9 pieces of glass found in 712, A, B, C, D, E, F, I, K, and L, correct?
I did compare item 714 to item 3-2 and the 9 pieces in item 7-12.
So another way to put that would be you analyze column 4 against column 3 now, correct?
I examined them for a possible physical match.
And they did not match, correct?
There was no physical match to item 714.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay. Want to show Mr. Lally what you have?
Sure. I'm looking for the one that was already labeled, and I don't have it. May I approach the clerk magistrate and ask if he's got WW by chance?
No, I do.
May I borrow that from the court? Thank you. I'd like you to take a look at that document. Just glance it over for a second and let me know when you've had an opportunity to study that.
Okay.
You've taken a look at that single-page document?
Yes.
Does that appear to accurately reflect, in sort of a visual manner, what you've just testified to about your analysis of each of these pieces, irrespective of the text on the item, just the analysis of the items specified in that document?
I'm not quite sure what I've never seen this before. I'm not quite sure what
I think you have to move along, Mr. Jackson, for all the reasons we talked about at sidebar.
I understand. My question is a relatively simple one. Is this and if you don't understand something on the document, just say so. Is this a visual representation, an accurate visual representation of what you've just testified to in terms of what matched and what didn't match? Where the green matches, the circle with the red through it doesn't match?
I would need to go through my conclusion and compare to confirm.
Fair enough. It is accurate to say, we'll use a cheat sheet for a second. It is accurate to say that the cup was not found to match any items that were found on the bumper. That's correct, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also, it's fair to say that the piece recovered under 714, the single piece of glass recovered under 714, does not match either the cup, nor does that piece match any of the 9 pieces in 712, correct?
And you can look at your notes if that's easier for you. We just want the right answer, Mr. Jackson, right?
Of course.
So
That's all I want.
take your time with your notes if that's easier for you.
That's interesting.
So I'm sorry, can you just repeat the last question that you asked for?
The single piece of glass under 714 neither matches the cup, nor does it match any of the 9 pieces found in 712. In other words, it stands alone.
That's the piece from Proctor. The 714.
So that's correct.
Okay.
714, there was no physical match between 714 and 3-2 or any of the pieces in 7-12.
Thank you, staff. And then my final question is, the only piece of material, glass material, that was recovered from the bumper, item E, the only thing that any piece on that bumper matched was the single piece of glass found in 714. Correct?
So piece E from item 3-3 was the piece that I examined microscopically and instrumentally. It was found to be consistent in physical and instrumental properties with 7-14.
And that's the only piece of material on that bumper in that section. In other words, in 3-3, that matched anything else in your analysis. The piece that was found singularly under 714, correct? The only match.
Yes, it was found to be consistent.
Thanks. That's all I have. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Just briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Hanley, within item 7-12, there were 9 pieces of glass and 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
Correct.
And as far as the comparison analysis that you're conducting is concerned, why is it, as far as the pieces of plastic are concerned, why is that not part of the comparative analysis?
I did not examine the plastic pieces for physical match because there were no other plastic pieces for comparison for physical match. So I examined the glass pieces for possible physical match.
What are some of the differences between, from an elemental standpoint, as far as plastic versus glass?
Plastic is it's a type of polymer. A different type of analysis would be conducted if I was examining plastic versus glass. Something like a plastic, something that we refer to as anisotropic, or glass is isotropic. So they are different types of material.
Now, as far as characteristically speaking, from plastic and or glass, what are some of the commonalities of those items as they're found in general?
Objection.
Beyond the scope?
Yes.
Sustained.
Now, again, from the drinking glass that was recovered on scene, that was a match for 6 of the pieces of glass that were found on the roadway or on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
I believe it was 6. I just would have to confirm in my
Go ahead
report.
and you can go ahead and look at your notes.
Yes, it was 6 pieces from 7-12.
And then it was piece E from item 3-3 from the bumper of the defendant's vehicle that was found to be consistent with clear glass that was found on the ground at 34 Fairview Road, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Hanley. You are all set.
So the glass on the bumper was consistent only with the piece of glass that Proctor turned in
Post-its on it. Can you give me that?
for 7-14.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Okay.
So, oh Lord have mercy. So the glass on the bumper from 3-3, the one piece of glass from the bumper, the only thing it matched with was the single piece of glass that Proctor turned in from 7-14. I'll have to make a when I go back through it, I'll have to make a chart, like a visual. It's too. I'm visual. I'm very visual.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Sgt Yuriy Bukhenik to the stand.
Okay.
And I do
You are
have that
unmuted.
envelope, Mr. Lally. I have
Thank
it.
Oh dang.
Step for me. May stand and please clerk.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court and jury in the case now hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
Thank you.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you.
Any day now, Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuriy Bukhenik, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets, attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated, and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor, on-call responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call, any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So, for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
And that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received a call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call-out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out the main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a four-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the truck is four-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front-wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My four-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrived at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Vallier. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Bukhenik, in reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, that's the record to reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrived there, as far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them we schedule an interview, we proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Happy memberversary, and 6 months. Happy anniversary to you, and Alley Cat member for 1 whole year. Happy anniversary to you. Is it weird to, like, for them to take over and then instead of going to the scene, they go to the McCabe's house first? Wouldn't you think they would go to the scene first? I mean, I don't know. I hate that they put the camera on her. Give her some privacy. I hate that. I hate it. I don't like that. Yeah, I'm not really sure why. I mean, maybe they'll explain it, but I feel like if they're taking over jurisdiction for that they would go to the scene first, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. Kenny Peterson member for 2 whole months. Thank you, Brandy. CrimeCon was a good time. It was a good time, wasn't it? It was. Happy 2-month anniversary. I'm still catching up from CrimeCon. I need like a week of recovery from CrimeCon. Yeah, everything in this place goes backwards. They went to, he said they went to the McCabe's house.
Sergeant Bukhenik, when you come into the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was, there's clothing items that are on the floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in the condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were they?
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange-colored design print T-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky Brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin, hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
Ricky, thank you. Natalie.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and/or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing bags?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker. So I requested that Trooper Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe from 34 Fairview to the hospital and have them once again check their ambulance to see if there was another sneaker inadvertently left behind in the ambulance vehicle.
Now, prior to sort of physically touching this or any other piece of evidence, what, if any, other sort of precautions do you take prior to handling, tactile handling any piece of evidence?
Anytime we handle evidence, which obviously we take great caution not to destroy, alter, or discard any evidence, we also put on gloves in order to help preserve that item.
And in reference to these items or items of anything of evidentiary value that you seize as evidence, once you take it and secure it into an evidence bag, what happens to it from there?
Once it's secure in the evidence bag, it is sealed and logged into our evidence storage facility at the office. And then, as necessary, it is signed out, shipped off for processing, review, or court proceedings.
And as far as that sealing is concerned, how are bags or boxes of items of evidentiary value, how are they sealed?
Once the bag is...
I'll allow it. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Once the bag is sealed, it's utilized. We utilize tape, typically red or yellow tape. Once it's secured, we initial and date the tape on the edge. That procedure helps identify the time and date it was sealed and by who with the initials.
And then once that bag or box is sealed, if that bag or box is subsequently opened at a later time, what, if any, notation or what, if any, recordation of that is made?
Anytime a piece of evidence is signed out for review, it's logged in the tracking system. In addition, anytime a piece of evidence is open, with a container being the bag or a box is open and the tape is cut, it is then resealed, reinitialed, and dated by the trooper or an individual who's signing that evidence out and then returning it.
As far as the evidence bag or box is concerned, when it's been opened, is that something that is noticeable based on the sealing and resealing of that particular receptacle?
Yes, sir. It is definitely noticeable, and it's noted in the systems.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned or made some mention earlier in the testimony in regard to evidence storage facilities at your office.
Yes.
Can you describe what those are and who, if anyone, has access to those evidence storage areas?
Within our office, we have 2 troopers that are designated as evidence officers. Those individuals have access to the secure rooms designated strictly for evidence storage. Those rooms are inventoried and kept under not just lock and key, but also digital access control and alarm systems. They are the only ones that have access to those facilities. in addition to our unit commander. But I'll tell you that our unit commander does not access that room without the evidence officers. I myself, even as a supervisor, do not have access to that room.
You don't have access to that evidence room, is that correct?
That's correct.
Was Trooper Proctor, is he one of those evidence officers? Did he have access to that room?
He does not.
As far as at the time in January of 2022, who were the troopers within your office who did have access to that?
In January 2022, that would be Trooper Jeff Kakowski and Trooper David DeChico.
And that would be in addition to Lieutenant Tully, is that correct?
Detective Lieutenant Tully, I believe, has access to it, but I cannot speak to that. I just believe that he does, as a unit commander, to facilitate any next assignment.
Now, with reference to any items that you were physically present for that were taken into custody or taken into evidence, including that clothing from the hospital on January 29th and any other items throughout the course of this investigation, when they were taped and sealed, what happened with each of those items once they were taken back to your office?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Each item that was sealed, it was processed in, it was logged in, and then it was stored after processing. It was stored in the evidence room.
Now, returning back to the Good Samaritan Hospital, within that hospital room, you made mention that you secured items and that you made observations of Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That's correct.
And can you describe for the jury, as far as Mr. O'Keefe's body, what were those observations that you made?
Mr. O'Keefe's body was laying on his back. The observations I made were of bruising to the eyelids of his face. Based on my experience and having cases with head trauma, I can tell you that during subdural hematoma,
Yeah, I'll sustain the objection. You can build a foundation if you can, Mr. Lally.
Trooper, over the course of your work with this unit in particular, if you know about how many homicide or let me step into it this way. As far as your work within this unit, as far as it's concerned, what, if any, jurisdiction does the State Police Detective Unit of the District Attorney's Office have with reference to not only homicide, but death investigations within Norfolk County?
by statute, Chapter 38, Section 4, each county, the District Attorney's Office is provided jurisdiction over all death investigations. As a result, the law enforcement entities that are assigned to that Norfolk or that district attorney perform the investigations. In Norfolk County, those individuals are members of the Massachusetts State Police assigned to the State Police Detective Unit within our office.
And so as far as death investigations, what exactly or what type of investigations would that encompass?
Death investigations that we have jurisdiction over are all unattended deaths. Unattended death means that a physician, a doctor, is not overseeing the individual that passes. Those deaths would be suicides, homicides, overdose-type deaths, natural deaths, accidental deaths, and so forth. Any type of death that is not overseen by a doctor at a medical facility or in a hospice-type situation.
So as a result of your assignment to this unit and that sort of exclusivity of jurisdiction over unattended deaths within Norfolk County, if you know approximately how many death investigations have you been a part of over the course of your work with the State Police Detective Unit?
Over the last 9 years, I would venture to say it's over 500 death investigations that I was a part of.
And Sergeant, over the course of your involvement within those investigations, if you know how many of those investigations involved some indication or some type of head trauma?
Scores of investigations that involve some sort of head trauma.
And And through the course of your investigations, in those cases that have involved scores of head trauma, have you been privy to information as far as medical findings, autopsy reports, things of that nature in relation to those prior investigations?
Yes, sir, I have been.
Now, with regard to your observations of Mr. O'Keefe, with regard to his eyelids, what if any observations did you make, and what if any, well, let me start just with physical observations. What if any physical observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe's face and body in general?
His face, I observed the swelling and the discoloration being produced through the blood pooling in the eyelids.
Yep, so just your observation, so the swelling and discoloration.
Move to strike.
I'll strike the remainder of what you've said.
I also observed a cut to his nostril and an eyelid, which was very small in size, which would have been produced by a...
Objection.
Yeah, so we'll leave it at that. Next question, Mr. Lally?
Based on your training and experience, what if any conclusions or what if any opinions that you have in regard to the swelling around the eyes?
Objection.
Yeah, I'll see you at sidebar here.
Sidebar. Oh my gosh. I've got like a cramp in my neck. Or not cramp, what's it called? Like a knot. So so if y'all see me doing this and looking all weird, that's why. Yes, a key. See, there we go.
Yes.
So Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to your prior death investigations, have you had occasion to make observations of bodies that there was a later determination of some sort of subdural hemorrhage?
Yes.
I'll allow that. Have you made those observations? Have you been part of those investigations?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
And what you observed in regard to Mr. O'Keefe, was that consistent or inconsistent with what you had observed on those prior investigations?
Objection.
That I'll allow.
It was consistent.
Now, in addition to the injuries that you observed to Mr. O'Keefe's face, what, if any, injuries did you observe to his extremities?
His extremities produced abrasions to his upper forearm and lower bicep area on his right arm.
And just as you use that term, I'm not asking for any sort of medical definition, but as far as you use that term abrasions, what do you understand that term to be?
I understand that term to be a injury sustained through blunt force trauma or friction to the epidermis of the skin, where a crushing of the vascular system occurs and produces that type of sign on the skin.
And from your observation of the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, which arm was this again?
It was his right arm.
And as far as your observation of those injuries to his right arm, what, if any, as far as the consistency of those injuries, what, if anything, did you note or observe in reference to those?
Objection.
Consistency with what? With the...
Let me rephrase it.
Yeah.
Please.
How were the abrasions that you're describing positioned in relation to each other?
Each abrasion appeared to me to be linear and concentrated in a specific location on the arm. It didn't go any further north of a point and did not go any further south of a point. So it was concentrated in the elbow, a few inches below the elbow, a few inches above the elbow on the right arm.
Now, while you were at the Good Samaritan Hospital, did you endeavor to speak with Ms. Reed?
We did attempt to, yes.
And was she present at the hospital at that time?
No, she was not.
And at some point subsequent to that, did you receive, or what, if any, information did you receive as to her whereabouts?
We were made aware that she was located at 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton at her parents' home.
And where did you go from the Good Samaritan Hospital once you left from there?
We proceeded to that location.
Now, sir, with reference to the items of clothing that you recovered from the Good Samaritan and Mr. O'Keefe's, do you have those items of clothing with you here today in court?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask that the witness be allowed to retrieve those items and display those items.
Okay, are they in the courtroom?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, yes,
May I approach?
yes.
Yeah, that's weird to me that they still had not gone to the scene. They went from Good Sam to Karen's parents' house. I guess, I mean, I would have thought that they would have gone there.
How
but
many items are we talking about?
Maybe they'll explain why it wasn't necessary.
Okay. Jurors, if we go a little past 1, my intention would be to still just take a half-hour lunch today and come back. So I'd rather just go through this if we could.
Bev's going to start making them like just eat sandwiches in the jury box.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The sweatshirt from the hospital room where Mr. O'Keefe was located.
And, Your Honor, the call will seek to introduce and admit that as the next exhibit.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
Sort of need to see what's in the bag before I can object, but on
So,
principle, no.
okay, all right, so you've received photos of all of this, right?
I assume what's in the bag is what's been photographed, but until I see it, I won't know.
All right, so let's go ahead and open it.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Yeah, at least there's evidence tape on this one. And it doesn't say stop the shop. It's progress.
No objection.
Mr. Lally, why don't you come take the bag? Yes.
Put it back in the bag.
It's in evidence, and we'll put that back in the bag.
437.
Okay.
I saw that, and that's not true. The clip, there's a clip where he's even saying that the
Yes.
Stop and Shop bags look just like the Canton ones. They do have
You
them.
recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
Says it's a one orange T-shirt.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item and display it for the jury as well.
Yes.
No objection.
Okay.
Limit 438.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Another item, sir, you recognize that?
Yes, it's the right sneaker recovered from the hospital room.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, if the witness could remove that item from
Yes.
the bag.
Okay.
I would have to leave if I were a family member while they're bringing out the clothes. That would be really hard. Yeah, the things were all together originally. Now they're separated. Yes, these are the items that John was wearing. This is the clothing that they collected from what he said was a pile on the floor at the hospital. Gina L says the yellow was from someone who sealed the bag, and then when it was opened and resealed, it was red tape that was used. The anytime they have the clothing, it always makes me really sad. And anytime they have the videos of like the last moments with them, especially, that always makes me really sad. That's always the times when it's just sad. Let's see. I guess they didn't go to the scene first because the evidence staging wasn't complete and collecting what they wanted there took time as well. I feel like maybe they'll have, they'll answer that. Like I just can't think of, I can't think of a time where I've seen like the police take over for something and not go to the scene. So I don't know. Fall Rivers says John O'Keefe's mom
Sergeant?
left and Karen has been aggressively shaking her head no.
You are unmuted.
Testimony. Interesting. Hello, hello. Stevie.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, sir. If you could return that to the back, please. I'll introduce in minutes.
Yes, I'm going to.
No objection.
Thank you.
May I approach one at a time? My apologies.
Your Honor, I guess I should have said no objection with what we discussed.
I understand.
Thank you.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Yes.
If there's anything with the last item from that set, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a bag containing a blue jeans, black belt, and plaid boxer shorts.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the witness remove just the jeans and the belt from the back?
Yes.
Yeah, one shoe was on him, and then the other one was knocked off.
Thank you, sir. You can return that to the back, sir. Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay,
No objection, Your Honor.
thank you. So are you not displaying the third item, but it's going into evidence? Or is it just the jeans and the belt going into evidence?
The jeans and the belt into evidence, Your Honor, with the court's permission.
So we can mark the bag and we'll remove the third item during a break. Thank you. All right, so Sergeant, you'll be with us this afternoon. Why don't we take our lunch and recess? It's only going to be about a half an hour.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so folks, we'll see you back here, let's say no later than 1:40, okay?
Court, all rise for jury.
You are muted.
It's interesting to watch their reactions. Not sure what the other item was. They did not show the boxers, so maybe the boxers. But not really sure. Quick summary so far. Anything that ties Karen to striking John yet? Have we seen the video of her backing up and hitting John's car? We have not seen that video yet. The stuff from today, I'll put together some kind of, when I'm going back through everything to get all the details for the podcast recap, I'll put together something that makes it a little bit easier to visualize, like with the different pieces that were matched and where they came from and all that. I'll put something together to make it a little bit easier. You said the bag contained jeans, belt, boxers, only jeans and belt let in. So yeah, that the other one would be the boxers. I figured since that's the only one we didn't see. If there is a video of her backing into him, they should have played it weeks ago. They don't have a video of her backing into him. They have a video of her backing into his car. But, and we've seen that, you know, on the internet and on court TV and on all those different things, but they haven't played it in court yet. So, I haven't seen anything. They will play it. Just don't know when. There's a lot of stuff we still haven't seen yet. There's a few people that have done simulations, not stimulations, not the right word, simulations of what they think happened. Some of them are kind of interesting to watch. Georgia Mom, Two Boys, I think the confusion about the belt was just what we saw lumped together and not separate. On Monday, the photo showed it actually looped through the jeans. Yeah, it wasn't listed on the discovery sheet. So I guess when they were normally, things are all listed separately, but they didn't list it on the discovery sheet, which I think led to a lot of the speculation that we've seen about it not being, it's something that just should have been. Yeah, the socks, I did not see socks on the discovery sheet either. I don't know if he was wearing socks. I don't know. And, when I mentioned those things on the podcast, I said, like, I don't know if they have any, noting that they're not on the discovery sheet does not necessarily mean that, like, there's something nefarious. It's just noting the details. I don't even know if he was wearing any, but it's one of the things that was not listed on the discovery sheet. EMT had the wallet. Yes. I can't remember which one it is. I had it in my notes, but one of them, I think it may have been Flamati. I don't remember for sure. I have it in my notes, but one of them found the wallet in his pocket. That shoe that they held up did look brand new. Yes. Yes. The flip-flop count. I know. I had to start keeping my closet door closed because I'd be tripping over flip-flops. Yeah, I doubt he wasn't wearing socks in the middle of winter, but he wasn't wearing a big jacket, so I don't know how people up there. I don't leave the house when it's cold, so but I would think, especially in tennis shoes and in snow, that he would be wearing some, but it just wasn't listed on the discovery sheet that I remember seeing. Let's see. Queen Oliver Than. I saw a picture of Officer John O'Keefe in ambulance or hospital. It was a pic of his clothes in a pile on the floor, and it showed his feet with socks on. Yeah. Dal says, I understand not wearing a jacket. See, when I moved to Ohio from Georgia, I lived in Ohio for 6 years. When I moved to Ohio, I had to buy a jacket because I didn't own like a real jacket. Yeah, black short socks on in the hospital. Do you think that the defense is objecting enough? Yeah, well, I wish that they were able to say why they're objecting, because it's kind of hard to know sometimes. Sometimes we can tell, like, if like foundation or hearsay or, whatever, but sometimes we can't even really tell what they're objecting for or why they should be. I hate that they aren't allowed to say the reason for the objection, and she doesn't say why it's overruled or sustained. It drives me nuts. I live in Maine and never wear a jacket, always sweatshirts myself. You know, even when it's cold, my kid will wear a hoodie, but he'll a lot of times he'll wear like a hoodie and shorts. And I'm like, it's cold out. Which is ironic because then he'll also wear a hoodie and shorts during the summer. It's not how clothes work. It's a New England thing with the no coats in the winter. That's crazy. But like I said, I just don't go out when it's cold. It's too much for me. We need to hear the grounds of the objection. I wish. Where is Lucy? Where is Lucy? Where is Lucy? She must be in the window watching the beach people because I don't see her over here. Can't next Pat. I can confirm I go out in the snow with shorts and a hoodie. You and my kid both. You and my kid both. My son is wearing a hoodie and sweatpants right now. It's 80 degrees right now. That's crazy. Crazy. I have not seen Mr. O'Keefe there today. They've shown the gallery area a couple times, and I've not seen him. I wear long sleeves and sweatpants even in summer. I don't. Summer in Florida is too hot for all that. Way too hot for all that. All right, so what has stood out to y'all the most so far? Anything that we've heard from today that has stood out to y'all the most so far? Do you think that the judge is too involved in this case? I've never seen a judge interact so much. There are some things that I think that she does that drive me nuts. And then there are some things that I think she does that don't drive me nuts is bad. My biggest frustration is the way that she requires them to do the evidence and the way that she doesn't let them do the speaking objections and doesn't I just hit my microphone. That whole thing is a problem for me because I like to hear it, but also sometimes it is funny when she's like, move it along. When she told Lally that she didn't want to hear she didn't want to hear any more about what door someone came in or something. We were like, oh, thank you. It makes me nuts when someone objects and rather than ruling on it, she asks the witness the same question. She does that a lot. What time are they coming back? I think that she said 1:40. So, yeah, about 25 minutes. What, if anything, has stood out to you? She was not happy with Lally Monday. See, I have to catch up on that. I have to watch Monday's stuff. And we have a short day tomorrow. So this week's episode is just going to be late. This week's podcast episode is just going to have to be late. That's just, with me being gone all weekend and it's just going to have to be late. So I know we have a short day tomorrow. I think we're supposed to get done around 12, and then we have Friday off. So I'm going to work on the podcast episodes during that time. So it's just going to be late this week. But you did get a supersized episode last week. So at least there's that. But I have to catch up on Mondays. The good thing about the boring days, the days where like you go through the tedious stuff, the good thing about those is that when I'm watching them when we're not live, I get to speed trial. So I can listen to it at 2 times the speed and make my notes, which is normally how I listen to everything else. The Panda video source, here, I will put it again. There's the link. So everybody go subscribe to Explore Bears. youtube.com/@ExploreBears. I can hear them a little bit. Weird. Drives me nuts. Why are there half days? Well, Tuesdays and Thursdays are going to be half days. You know, I know that they have other things that, because this is a long trial, they have other things that they have to get in, like on dockets and stuff, but she had mentioned, I know tomorrow is going to be shorter, because normally they've been going till 1. I know tomorrow she said they're going to be possibly going until only about 12, but she had mentioned possibly changing it to where their half days are going a little bit longer to try to get through the case, because man, this case is taking quite a while. So what's tomorrow? Tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah, so tomorrow's only a half day. Oh, and actually, I will have to mute y'all right at the beginning of tomorrow because I have a telehealth appointment with my doctor. I think it's tomorrow. That's a good email. Thank you. It's nothing major tomorrow. The big appointment is over with all good news, so it's nothing major tomorrow. What's with everyone mentioning the puncture holes? Like, what's the thought there? I've seen some of this. I haven't watched Monday's testimony. I've seen some of this, and I've seen some people debating over this. I've seen some people saying that the holes don't look like the tears in the shirt don't look like the like, how do I just, like, they don't look like they would have been from the bottom of the car. People have said they look like they would, like, they're more of like puncture type wounds or puncture type holes, that type of thing. So people have been debating that. I have not watched it yet, so I can't give too much of an opinion on that yet, but I will I have all that to catch up on. I have so much to catch up on, which is one of the good reasons, or the good things. It's a half day tomorrow, and then Friday is off. Lawyer, was even like, that doesn't look like any car accident he has ever seen. That's one of the things, I've been curious about. Some of the attorneys who have done like the personal or like the injury, cases and that type of thing. I've been curious to see what some of them have said about it, just to, hear different perspectives on it. And that's, yeah, it's interesting. Interesting. Peter sees thousands of personal injury photos. See, that's why I was really interesting to see what he had to say. It's, see, I think for me, like with the, with the, I feel like I can see, it would be so much easier to just think like, okay, well, she had damage to her car. She was panicking the next morning, thinking, like thinking that she hit him. So she hit him. That would be the, like, that's the easiest explanation. The things that create the doubt are the problems with the investigation, the injuries and lack of injuries, and some of the witnesses not seeming very forthcoming. And just some of those, the number of butt dials, there's things that it would be so easy to just say, this is what happens, this makes the most sense. But then when you start putting things together and there are those things that don't make sense, like there's only so many coincidences before you can kind of be like, start to question things. So I don't envy this jury at all. I really don't, because I think I think this might be one of our longest deliberations. But also it's hard to tell because, as head first as we've been in this case for, since last summer, they're not going to be seeing and hearing everything that we've seen and heard. And some of the stuff that, that they see, I mean, you never know what a jury is thinking. Juries are very unpredictable. So they could be, they could be totally torn. They could be leaning fully one way or the other. There's really just no way to gauge that. Like, juries are unpredictable. Think about how many people said during the Murdaugh trial that, that there's no way he would be convicted, that he would be found. Like, so many of the law tubers were saying, like, there's no way that he would be convicted. And it, in 3 hours, they had him. This isn't like a Letitia or a, some of the ones that we've watched where we're looking at it like Richard Merritt, where he was on trial for killing his mom and then went on the run. This isn't one of those where it's so easy to see guilt and there's nothing that goes against it, because there are some things that don't make sense. And it's hard to know if the jury's going to see those things that don't add up as just coincidence, or those, or if they're going to see those as, you know, as reasonable doubt. The Snapchat video, yeah, the hearing him in the kennel, I think, was the biggest thing, after having said he hadn't been down there for so long. So I'm trying to recall, didn't defense opening statement leave room for both conspiracy as well as Bowden defense? Yes. Because they can only introduce the third-party culprit if it's done through evidence that is admissible in trial as they go. So the Bowden defense is, you know, they've been able to kind of bring all that stuff up as we've gone and show, you know, here are reasons that they should have looked at this person and they didn't. But the actual third-party culpability defense, or third-party culprit defense, is something that Bev said that she would, you know, look at as they introduced evidence, as long as it was through admissible evidence as the trial goes on. But I sure do wish, I know I said it, I sure do wish they would have, you know, stuck with Bowden defense. Because no matter what you think happened, everybody in this case has a presumption of innocence. That's not just limited to Karen Reed. That's, you know, that's everybody. You can believe that somebody did something, but they still have the presumption of innocence. It is the phone data in nearly every trial that clinches it. Yeah, that's true. And in this one, that's going to be interesting too, because we have the phone data in this one is, you know, parts of it are conflicting, like the Apple Health data and the location data, some of it's conflicting. So it will be interesting to hear them explain that, and then see. A lot of it's going to come down to who explains things better, who explains things more believable. So it'll be battle of the experts for a lot of this. The bottom line is that there is no acceptable explanation that investigators did not search the house right away. I agree with that, because I feel like if they had done that, it could think about how easily it could have ruled out some things, you know? And I know that he kept saying, who was it? Was it Gallagher? They kept saying there was no reasonable or no probable cause, but I mean, a dead cop on your yard seems like probable cause to me. And the attorneys that I've all watched talk about it have said the same thing, but also could have just asked, can we look around? Just think about if they had, and they could think about just being able to rule out, you know, yeah, we walked through here. Yeah, there was nothing in the basement. You know, I don't know. It would have been, I think doing stuff like that is not just about finding evidence. It's about ruling out the ability to find evidence, you know? So I think it's important. So, but whatever. It's just one big mess on this one. I'll say this, after this trial is over, I'm taking a little vacation, staycation, stay at home. But I'm taking at least a week off, maybe 2, the way this is going. And then next trial I pick is going to be one that everybody agrees on and we all hate we all hate the same person. Because I can't take much more of the animosity in this one. It's exhausting. All day, every day. Hindsight's 2020. Using a leaf blower, they could have destroyed someone else's evidence. The leaf blower was a whole new thing for me. It wasn't as... I mean, I don't know. I'm not an investigator. What do I know? If you start saying the Celebrite info is wrong, you are going to have to do a lot more to convince me. Yeah, they're going to have good explanations for that. Because, you know, we're going to have different experts that are getting up there and saying different things. So it's going to come down to who explains it in a way that makes sense to each individual juror. Because if you know, if you hear an explanation from one that makes sense to you but another one doesn't, I mean, and we know that can happen because we've seen how split people are on this trial. I had a Subway. Are they at lunch? Yes, Allie B from Tennessee. They are at lunch until, I mean, they're doing a short lunch this time, so they'll be back in like 7 minutes. It's a short lunch this time. Bev's trying to get as much as she can in. Brian Albert, never coming out of the house to look at the scene after spending time with John O'Keefe at the waterfall is sus. It was weird to me that Jen McCabe said that when she told them that John was dead, he said, "John who?" So Sean, the DEA guy, said they couldn't search the house because they didn't have probable cause. But they searched under the snow without a search warrant, violating their rights. Oh, I didn't know that. That's interesting. Helene J said, "I'll believe the Celebrite CEO over a techie." Well, it's not the CEO, but it's Ian Whiffen is he works for Celebrite, but he's not I don't think he's the CEO, but he has developed some of the software that pulls the stuff. The thing about the tech stuff for me was when I talked to the coders and all that, like when I spent a million years trying to understand what the heck all that meant and what they were talking about, they were explaining that the Celebrite pulls the information, but writing the software to try to retrieve the information from Apple doesn't mean that they know how to read it and how to interpret it and how it's written and all that stuff. So that's where it's going to be a little bit different. And then one of the guys that I talked to at Celebrite sent me some really interesting links. I posted them at some point. Some really interesting links where they have the Celebrite testing where they do all these different tests to try to figure out how the information is written onto the database and how, like, they basically have to try to he called it reverse engineer everything. So Celebrite will write these programs to get all the information, but then they have to, once they get all the information, then they have to do all this testing to figure out what the information means. And that was really interesting to me because I've always just taken everything from a trial that, you know, when they come out with Celebrite, that I don't know, I just always kind of thought like, oh yeah, they know, you know, Celebrite knows everything. And Celebrite does, you know, get that information out. But that was really interesting to me to hear how they have to do all the experiments and the reverse engineering to try to figure out what the information means and how it's, you know, how and when it's written onto the database and all that. It was really interesting. They maybe could have searched, but it was bogus that they used the PC thing for the house, but not the lawn. No plain view on the lawn with the snow on top. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Commonwealth will have a demonstration for Google search. Yeah, they said they have like a, that was one of the things that was in one of the pretrial motions for them to be able to do a demonstration to show how that works, or how it could possibly work. What's the deal with this supposed text about them searching in the neighbor's yard? Did we hear that in trial? Was that was during Matt McCabe's cross-examination, I think, when they were talking about that. Will the defense be able to use the same experts that the FBI hired? I don't know. I know that they have experts that they've got on their witness list, and they've got hold on, let me pull it up. They've got Dr. Frank Sheridan, the forensic pathologist. Maybe because that Chris Van E is the PhD in biomedical and mechanical engineering. I think that's one of the ones that they had referenced before. Of course, they have Richard Green from digital forensics. We've heard about him before. So they've got a few PhD. Daniel Wolf is one. Andrew Rentschler and Scott Klein. So those may be the same ones, because that's what they said that they were, the biomedical and mechanical engineers. So the witness said this on the stand, that they had to put it, and they're coming back, in a form that was intelligible. Will there be Lexus info on her hitting John's car in the driveway besides the video? We've heard that there's data that they got from the car, but we haven't been able to see from the report exactly what it is yet. And then the one reconstruction section that they had in their documents, it said that based on the information gathered from the car and quote, other factors, is what it said, that the reconstructionist opined that she hit him going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse, 62 feet, and then continued in reverse before leaving. So we haven't heard what information from the car yet, and we haven't heard what other factors yet. I know that he's going to bring up the hill because he brings up the hill with everything else, so that has to be a part of his theory, I guess, maybe on how she got to that fast in reverse. So we'll see. Celebrate can't be the gold standard for Commonwealth in every case, but not this one. They won't be believed in future cases, or no, you can't read it, will be the defense of the future. Yeah, I mean, it's going to have to be, that's the only way that I can think of that they're going to be able to argue that, is saying that, you know, that you're not reading it right. I don't know. I mean, they're going to have to explain it some way. I find it a bit odd that they went to the McCabe's before the crime. Yeah, they went to the McCabe's and then the hospital and then Karen's parents' house before the scene. I would have thought that they would have gone there, but maybe they'll explain why they didn't have to. But keep in mind, like, we're 13 jurors. We're looking at this as, you know, as non-experts. So if we're wondering why they didn't go by, then the jury probably is too. Just wondering why Lally didn't create a visual aid to show how the glass evidence, I mean, other than, well, you know, I heard Jackson saying something about his visual where it, like, he had one, but I guess Lally didn't. But maybe Lally's just not a visual person. He's just very, he sure does have a whole bunch of words, but as far as any kind of visual anything, I guess that just ain't his jam. Was her car front-wheel drive or all-wheel? Makes a difference where the starting point is in reversing front. I'm not really sure. I don't remember ever reading that. What was the purpose of the state calling in the niece and nephew? I think that they wanted on the record and they wanted the jury to hear that there were arguments between John and Karen during the last weeks of their relationship before John died. Did they say he was 6 foot or 6'2"? 6'2", I think. Oh, yeah, 6'2". Okay, I see. Could have kept scrolling and y'all answered. It's not easy to keep a vehicle moving straight in reverse on slippery. It's not easy to keep a vehicle moving straight in reverse on non-slippery surfaces. I don't know if y'all have tried it. It is hard to get to 24 miles an hour in reverse. I don't know about a real conspiracy, but I can imagine two couples trying to cover something up if they feared the truth could hurt them and might not have needed to talk. Yeah, like I said, I don't believe in like a huge, everybody's involved type of conspiracy. If there's any kind of cover up, it would be very small. And then.
Thank you. Maybe seated quarterbacking session.
All right, Mr. Lally.
May we approach this briefly?
Okay.
Think about it like this too. Remember one of the things that was mentioned during the Murdaugh trial was that people had said that, that because of Murdaugh's kind of pull and his power that he had, he didn't expect for people to look so deeply into what he said. Like, he kind of expected things to just be taken, he expected to be taken at his word for what happened because of, his connections, and because he had gotten away with stuff for like stealing money and stuff for so long. He wasn't used to people questioning him or having to look really hard into it. So I think it would kind of be the same situation here. Like, if there was any kind of stuff being hidden or any kind of cover up, that it would be kind of that same situation, like where you're just not expected to be questioned or for everything to be so under a microscope. I hate when they put the camera on her.
That's fine.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Bukhenik, those items, as far as the clothing items that you displayed for the jury just prior to the recess, those were the same clothing items that you recovered from the hospital room of the Good Samaritan on January 29th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony that those items had been placed into one bag initially. What, if anything, happened with those items as far as their keeping or their bagging once you got back to the office or to your where the evidence room is?
Due to the condition of those items after they arrived at the office, the items were laid out on butcher's paper that we utilize for evidence viewing and allowed to dry naturally because they were soaking wet.
And as far as when they were done with that sort of drying process, how were they packaged from there?
They were packaged in the bags, sealed up, and stored for transport and processing.
And so those would be bags individual for each clothing item, is that correct?
Each item the way that it was packaged, the pants with the belt and the boxers, and then so on and so forth with the sweatshirt and sneakers.
And we'll get to this a little bit more in a moment, but at some point there were pieces of plastic, red and clear plastic, that were recovered by you and other troopers from Fairview Road, is that correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, were pieces of clear and red plastic that were recovered from 34 Fairview Road ever placed inside the same evidence bag as any piece of clothing that you recovered from this bag?
No, absolutely not.
Now, with reference to the hospital of Good Samaritan, in addition to yourself and Trooper Proctor, were there other members of the state police or other units of the state police that arrived at the hospital at some point?
Yes, sir. Lieutenant Mello came to the hospital to document the victim and the clothing, and he's assigned to the State Police Crime Scene Services section.
Now, as far as the Crime Scene Services section, or CSSS, what, if any, role do they have with relation to your investigation in this case, or your investigations in general as far as documentation is concerned?
Crime Scene Services section assists us in documenting scenes through video and photographs. They also assist in collecting latent prints, fingerprints. They assist in collecting impressions, like foot impressions in mud or soil, and those types of missions.
Now, there are a number of different troopers that are assigned to that particular unit, is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as over the course of this investigation, how many occasions approximately were there that a member of the Crime Scene Services section responded to memorialize or photograph different scenes or different areas throughout the course of your investigation in this case?
Just off the top of my head, there would be 4, 5, maybe 6 instances where a trooper or sergeant from Crime Scene Services responded to the scene to assist us in this investigation.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the investigation, when Crime Scene Services troopers responded to document anything, was it ever the same trooper more than once?
No, it was not.
And so with regard to January 29th, back at the Good Samaritan Hospital, there were Sergeant Mello arrived to document or photograph Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Lally, do you want me to give my instruction now or in a few minutes?
Just about 30 seconds.
Okay.
And so Sergeant Bukhenik just placed 3 photographs before you. Do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
That is Mr. John O'Keefe.
And what's contained within those photographs, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you saw of Mr. O'Keefe's body at the Good Samaritan Hospital on January 29th?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, may I approach again?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit.
All right. So there's no objection, right? All right. So, folks, the Commonwealth is introducing into evidence through this witness certain photographs that are not pleasant and may be considered graphic photos. Sometimes evidence is presented that creates an emotional reaction in jurors. For example, it's natural and understandable to feel sympathy and empathy when you hear about a person who was injured in some serious way or suffered in some way or who has passed away. But as jurors, you've taken an oath to follow the law, and I instruct you that you must separate any emotional reaction on your part from the informational value and weight of the evidence. You must not be influenced in any way by the nature of some of the testimony, and you must find the facts in this case based only on the evidence. You can't find facts or base your decision on sympathy, anger, passion, or prejudice, or pity for or against either side in this case. Rather, your verdict must be based solely on the evidence and my instructions on the law. All right, with that, Mr. Lally, those photos will be in evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just briefly each of the three respective photographs?
Yes.
It's 441 to 443.
Thank you.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph 2866. And Sergeant, directing your attention to the screen, is that what's displayed on there now has been marked as Exhibit 441. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And using the laser pointer on the desk before you, if you could draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this particular photograph of Mr. O'Keefe.
I observed the swelling of the eyelids, slight
warning.
laceration of the nostril
I don't know if you're
and
gonna show it.
the eyelid, the blood pooling on the bed, and that depiction of Mr. O'Keefe.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, can I have photograph 2857? And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and is now been marked as Exhibit 442?
I do.
And similar to the prior exhibit, if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this photograph.
I observed the parallel lacerations, abrasions and markings on the skin of Mr. O'Keefe, limited between that point there and that point there, as I described earlier in my testimony.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have 2859. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen and has now been marked as Exhibit 443?
I do.
And this is, what do you see in this photograph?
It's the same abrasions to Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, just further up on the bicep, tricep, shoulder area.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Now, Sergeant, taking you back to January 29th, 2022, after you left the Good Samaritan Hospital, where is it that you went?
We went to 345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniformed patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways.
GPS was not accurate. I don't know why this stopped. Hold on. Let me see. Let me go to a different feed. That feed froze. Hold on.
Significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time I did, yes. Going into their jurisdiction, there was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of...
Hold on, let me see how far back. When it froze.
345 Country Hill Drive in Dayton.
And that was the residence of Ms. Reed's parents, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, on your way from the Good Samaritan in Brockton to the residence in Dayton, what, if any, communication did either you or Trooper Proctor have with regard to the Dayton police?
I advised Trooper Proctor to contact Dayton Police Dispatch and advised them that we would be responding to the location, 345 Country Hill Drive, and seizing a vehicle. And we were requesting uniform patrols to assist us in that mission.
And why was that request made of the local PD?
We were going into their jurisdiction. There was a blizzard going on. We were considerate of the circumstance and wanted to be courteous to the Reed residents and not just show up without any uniform presence. We have never met the Reed family. They have never met us. And with the clothing that we were wearing, it would be difficult for them to see that we were law enforcement.
And so as you arrive in that area of the residence in Dayton, where did you position yourselves and when did you arrive in relation to the marked unit from Dayton?
We called them while we were still on the highway and gave them an approximate time of arrival. GPS was not accurate due to the conditions at the time on the roadways. Once we arrived to Dayton, I positioned my vehicle at the top of Country Hill Drive, awaiting a marked uniformed officer from Dayton to meet us there.
And if you know, about how long approximately did it take you to get from Brockton to Dayton on that particular day?
From Brockton to Dayton, it took us about 45 minutes to an hour to travel that distance.
And if you know, about what time was it that you arrived at the residence in Dayton?
We arrived approximately on the street at 2:30 or so in the afternoon, and we waited for a significant amount of time for the uniform patrol to arrive.
And when the uniform patrol arrived, at some point, did you learn the name of at least one of those officers that arrived at the residence with you?
At the time I did, yes.
And was that an Officer Barrows?
Yes, it was.
And so when Officer Barrows arrived, where did you then proceed with Officer Barrows upon his way?
Well, the road was only plowed the width of one vehicle, so even though he and his partner were in a F-150 or 250 marked police cruiser, we could only travel in single line. We traveled up to the cul-de-sac, turned around and positioned our vehicles facing back out to the way that we entered the roadway, or that street. We parked on the roadway since the driveway was not plowed, and we waded through the snow to the front door of the residence.
When you say the driveway was not plowed or you waded through the snow, can you describe to the jury sort of the condition of the driveway as you made your way from the street to the house?
With the blowing winds and the drifting snow, there were locations along our walk to the property with snow varying from knee-high to up to my waist. For reference, I'm 6'1", so it was quite deep in some locations.
And as you made your way to the home, what, if anything, did you observe in the driveway?
As we walked up to the driveway in front of the garage, we observed a large Lexus black in color SUV bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684.
And subsequently, did you come to find out whose vehicle that was?
Yes, once we queried the plate, we learned that the vehicle was registered to the defendant.
And as you're going by this vehicle, what, if any, observations did you make of the vehicle as you were walking past it toward the home?
I observed a damaged rear right taillight fixture on the vehicle. From my vantage point, I also told Trooper Proctor to approach the vehicle closer and confirm what I was seeing, which he did.
And as far as that damage to the right passenger taillight area, can you describe sort of what it was that you saw during that initial phase?
Absolutely. During the initial phase, I observed snow compacted and caked onto portions of the taillight casing. There were pieces missing, and and I knew that because the left side taillight was intact.
And as you made your way past the vehicle to the home, at some point, are you greeted or do you meet someone in the area of the home?
Yes, once we walked up to the front door, I rang the doorbell, and Mr. Reed opened the front door with the glass storm door, unable to open due to the level of snow on the ground and on the front steps.
And so where were you directed to enter the home from?
Mr. Reed directed us to the garage door, at which point it opened up and Trooper Proctor and I entered the garage. We were once again greeted by Mr. Reed and invited into the home.
And Officer Barrows, where did he remain when you and Trooper Proctor went in the home?
He remained outside with the vehicle. During our time in the home, Officer Barrows came in and asked what the plan was and offered to have DPW plow out the driveway because the tow truck was not able to maneuver into the driveway in order to retrieve that vehicle.
Now, as far as during any time that you were on scene or at this residence in Dayton, did you yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch that vehicle and at any point in any way while you were there?
No.
And did you observe Officer Barrows or any other personnel beyond the tow truck driver touch the vehicle in any way?
No.
And as far as the tow truck driver was concerned, did you observe that individual touch anywhere in the rear passenger side area of that vehicle at any time that you were there?
No.
When you proceed inside the home and when you get inside the home, where did you go and who, if anyone, did you speak to?
We were directed by Mr. Reed to the living room where the defendant was seated on the couch. She had her laptop on her lap and her phone resting on the right armrest of the couch.
Now, in addition to the defendant and her father, who, if anyone else, was present when you talked to Ms. Reed?
The defendant's mother, Mrs. Reed, was also present in the home.
And the defendant's mother and the defendant's father, were they present throughout the course of your interview or your discussion with Ms. Reed?
Yes, they were.
And at any point in time, did you ask them to leave or anything like that?
I did not know.
Now, with respect to, can you describe sort of the demeanor or the tone of the conversation that you had with Ms. Reed that afternoon?
It was polite, courteous. She had just went through a traumatic event, so we were considerate of her losing her boyfriend. And we had a normal tone conversation. We were in the information gathering, fact-finding portion of the investigation. We simply wanted to collect her recollection of events that she remembered.
And so throughout the course of this interview, how are you standing, are you seated, or how are you positioned in relation to Ms. Reed and how is she positioned in relation to you?
She was sitting on the couch. We were standing across the room. I don't recall if there was a coffee table, but if there was a coffee table, we would be standing on the opposite side of that coffee table, if there was one present. I do not remember if there was one present, but that's the distance approximately from me to the defense table.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of how did that interview or how did that conversation begin, what was said?
First things first, we introduce ourselves, advise the individual we're speaking with, who we are, where we work, and what we're looking to find out. The defendant was advised that we're looking to get a recollection of the events, what happened, what she observed, what she remembers from the night before, and to walk us through the last 24 hours or so of activity.
And
do I need to give an instruction, Mr. Vallier? I'm not sure exactly. Why don't I see counsel at sidebar for a minute?
I put it on 1.25 just because when the feed froze, now we're live again. Keep in mind too, this is something important to notice here. He said that they were in the fact-finding portion of the investigation. The tone was like, normal, whatever. If anybody at the scene had taken whatever she said as a confession, then it wouldn't have been a fact-finding portion of the investigation to find out what happened. It would have been a different kind of conversation. I think that's one thing that is one of the things that has come out in this that I don't understand the emphasis on.
All right, so I interrupted you, Sergeant, and I'm going to instruct you jurors, okay? We're about to hear testimony about statements allegedly made by the defendant, Karen Reed, allegedly concerning the crimes that are charged in this case. Before you may even consider any such statement as evidence, the Commonwealth must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant made the statement that she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. In determining whether any statement made by the defendant was voluntary or not, you may consider all the surrounding circumstances. These include when and where the statement was made, the nature of any conversations with the police or questioning by the police, and the defendant's physical and mental condition, including her intelligence, age, education, experience, and personality. Your decision does not turn upon any one factor. You must consider the totality of the surrounding circumstances. I'll instruct you about this again at the end of the case, but for purposes of, as you hear the testimony, that's the lens that you have to sort of hear it through. All right, with that, Mr. Vallier?
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, Sergeant Bukhenik, when you began to speak to the defendant, prior to any sort of substantive conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with her about the conversation you were going to have?
I just asked her to recount any events and the history between the actions that were taking place.
And how did she initially respond to that?
She stated that she's willing to answer our questions. She just doesn't want to go into too much detail about what transpired. And given the circumstances that she had just lived through, I understood and gave her that courtesy.
And as far as that interview or that conversation went, can you describe that conversation or the contents of that conversation to the jury?
Absolutely. The conversation was normal tone of voice like I am speaking to you right now. Ms. Reed responded in the same tone of voice, answered questions. The content of the conversation began with her saying that, as I stated, she doesn't want to go into too much detail, but she was willing to answer our questions. We asked what she had for plans, what she had for as far as activity the night before, leading up to Mr. O'Keefe being discovered. She stated that she was in a relationship with Mr. O'Keefe that morning, meaning the 28th of January. She got into a fight with Mr. O'Keefe over what the niece and nephew were being fed for breakfast, or what they had for breakfast. She went on to say that she met Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's approximately 9 p.m. the night of the 28th of January, 2022. She stated that the gentlemen were drinking, consuming beers, Bud Lights, and she was drinking vodka soda. Prior to moving on to the bar at Waterfall, the defendant was asked where she parked her vehicle. She told me that she parked her vehicle on Washington Street across the street from C.F. McCarthy's, facing northbound. So the vehicle was on the side of Waterfall Bar and Grill. We went on through the conversation in the interview to the Waterfall restaurant, at which point she was asked if she left C.F. McCarthy's with a beverage or a container from that establishment, to which point she stated that she did not. She also confirmed that Mr. O'Keefe did not have any injuries on him when she interacted with him at C.F. McCarthy's or the Waterfall. He did not get into any verbal or physical altercations with anyone to have sustained those injuries. She stated that once at the Waterfall, they stayed for approximately an hour, hanging out with acquaintances. And then they left the Waterfall. She drove them to, after they were invited to a residence, she drove them to a location in Canton, where she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off. she was asked if she saw Mr. O'Keefe walk into the home at 34 Fairview, and she stated she did not. She stated that she made a 3-point turn after dropping him off and left. She was asked whether or not Mr. O'Keefe, excuse me, let me back up. She was asked if she knew, how she found out about the damage to her vehicle, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know, it happened last night," end quote.
Now, at some point earlier in the interview, what, if any, indication did she give as to who Mr. O'Keefe was with when she arrived at C.F. McCarthy's and sort of how long he had been with those respective people?
She indicated that Mr. O'Keefe was with Mr. Camarano, Kurt Roberts, at which point she was asked to provide contact information, meaning phone numbers for those individuals, at which time she picked up the phone on the right armrest of the couch, manipulated the device, entering a passcode, and provided that phone number to Trooper Proctor and I.
At any point in time in the conversation or interview you had with her, what, if anything, did the defendant say in regard to why she had not gone into the residence at Fairview Road herself?
The defendant stated that she was having stomach issues and did not want to enter the residence.
Now, what, if anything, did she tell you about the later on that morning of the 29th?
She stated that when she woke up, she began looking for Mr. O'Keefe, and when she found him in the snow, she began CPR on Mr. O'Keefe.
And what, if anything, did she say to you about any observations she made of Mr. O'Keefe later on that morning as far as any injuries to Mr. O'Keefe?
The defendant stated that while she was performing CPR, Mr. O'Keefe had sustained injuries and was bleeding from the nose and the mouth.
And if you recall, what, if anything, did she say about Mr. O'Keefe's eyes at that time?
The defendant stated that Mr. O'Keefe's eyes were swollen.
Is that both eyes? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as the interview progressed, at some point, did you ask questions seeking further details?
Yes, I did.
And details about what specifically were you asking?
Once we got to the point in time where the defendant told me she did a 3-point turn, I asked her to walk through step by step of her operating the vehicle and exactly what she did. Prior to that, I asked her, excuse me, so she was asked to give a step-by-step recollection of how she, what she did in manipulating the vehicle and leaving the scene.
And at that point, was the interview terminated?
Yes, it was.
Now, once the interview concluded or was terminated, what, if anything, did you do with reference to Ms. Reed's phone and the defendant's vehicle?
Once the interview was terminated, I advised Ms. Reed that her phone was going to be seized as evidence and her vehicle was going to be seized as evidence as well.
And did you subsequently seize both of those items, sir?
Yes, we did.
And similar to the clothing of Mr. O'Keefe, as far as evidence was concerned, was that packaged and taped and transported back to the office in a similar fashion?
The vehicle was transported via tow truck that was dispatched by Dighton PD on our request.
And so when you get back outside of the residence after the conclusion of your interview with the defendant, what, if anything, did you observe going on with regard to the driveway and or any other vehicles that weren't there when you went into the house?
During our interview, I glanced out the window and I saw flashing amber lights and a tow truck plowing the driveway. So the driveway was plowed and the tow truck was, plow truck was plowing the driveway, not the tow truck. And the tow truck was loading the vehicle onto the flatbed.
And at any point in time when you were outside of the residence, what, if any, observations did you make as far as cameras or anything like that on the exterior of the home?
I did not see cameras on the exterior of the home at that point in time.
Subsequent to that date, did you become aware that there were exterior cameras that record on the exterior of the home indictment? Subsequently, yes, we learned that there was video recording of the residence and the driveway. Madam, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a disc. You recognize that, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize that to be?
I recognize it to be Dighton videos as it relates to the location where the interview and the vehicle was seized from.
And what's contained on that, as far as the video is concerned, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed as far as the defendant's vehicle being loaded onto a tow truck?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, stand, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'll look to seek to introduce the minutes of next exhibit.
Objection.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could publish those two short clips for the jury?
Yes.
Just come in if you could. Click on it and pause when it please. If you could tell my call.
Mr. Lally, you need to keep your voice up.
Yes. You pause right there, please. Now, the Sgt Bukhenik, from this particular point of the video, do you recognize the vehicle that is just pulled into the driveway?
Yes, I do.
Is that the same driveway that you had walked up from the street to the house in Dighton on that morning?
Yes, it is.
As far as the vehicle is concerned, what do you recognize that vehicle to be?
That would be the Lexus SUV owned by the defendant, Bear, Massachusetts registration 3 GC 684.
I'm going to take a press play from there. This moment, if you could pause right there. Two individuals just exited that vehicle, is that correct, Sergeant?
That's correct.
Do you recognize who those individuals are as far as who they are, from what part of the vehicle they exited from?
Yes, the passenger side exit was the defendant, and then the driver's side vehicle was Mr. Reed.
That'd be the father, is that correct?
That's correct.
Just don't want to be explain this again. Now, Sergeant, towards the end of that video, did you observe the defendant and her father in any specific area in relation to that vehicle?
Yes, I observed the defendant and her father at the rear right taillight, gesturing or signaling towards the affected, damaged, and missing parts of the taillight.
Objection.
I'll allow just the direction that they were signaling out.
Move to strike the remainder.
Okay?
As far as that vehicle's position within the driveway, is that essentially the position that you observed it in when you and Trooper Proctor and Officer Barrows were walking up the driveway to the home?
Yes, it was.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have a second of those two videos. If you could pause it there, please. Again, Sergeant Bukhenik, if you could describe to the jury what you observed of significance within this particular video.
This video captures the vehicle being moved into position to be loaded up onto the flatbed. for transport from the scene.
Gentlemen, if you could play for me. Pause right there.
I'm sorry.
I just asked her to pause right there.
Yeah, you really have to keep your voice up.
Yes. Sergeant Bukhenik, from this still image from this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in relation to the vehicle at this time that is being loaded onto the tow truck?
The rear tail light is illuminated. You could see a white light coming from that tail light.
If you could, using that laser pointer you have before you, just direct the jury's attention to the specific area you're talking about.
Right there.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this through. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, as far as when you left the residence in Dayton, where is it that you went?
Can we turn the lights on, Mr. Lally?
Yes, my apologies.
Once we left the residence in Dayton, we proceeded following the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
And was there anywhere else that either you or the tow truck went between Dayton and the Canton Police Department?
No, sir.
And when you say we, it's yourself and Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, once you arrived at the Canton Police Department, where did the vehicle go?
The vehicle was unloaded and put into a heated sally port located at the Canton Police Department.
And in reference to the Canton Police Department and putting it in the sally port, why was it that it was taken to that location?
It's a location that serves as a storage for a vehicle that would suffice for the size of the vehicle. The location is, as it related to the crime that took place was investigated, was in that town. So we utilized their facility. It was also a heated facility to help melt the snow that had been accumulating on the vehicle.
And at some point, well, as far as some point subsequent to this, did you learn that there are exterior cameras of the Canton Police Department as well as cameras within the Sallyport garage area?
Yes, I did.
And have you reviewed each of those respective cameras prior to your testimony here today?
Yes, I have.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a disc, just have to look at that, look up on the finish. You recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
The Canton Police Department driveway with video.
And what's contained on that is that fair and accurate portrayal of yourself and the tow truck pulling into the Canton Police Department driveway on that afternoon or early evening of January 29th.
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Almost seek to introduce the minutes of that exhibit.
Yeah, just a moment, Councilman.
Okay.
Mike.
They mentioned in the pretrial hearing that there's video footage that's missing. Lally says it's motion activated, but it would be motion that's putting it in the sally port, so we'll hear how they see if that gets cleared up.
Thank you for that, Your Honor. No objection.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, we publish that video to your agency.
Okay.
And just for reference points, in regard to this view of this camera, Sergeant, you're familiar with Canton Police Station?
Yes, I am.
And so where is this camera view in relation to the Canton Police Department and the Sally Port Garage where the vehicle eventually goes?
This camera is capturing the driveway entrance to the Canton Police Department. As viewed from Washington Street, that driveway there is on the left side of the structure. The camera itself is pointing towards the entrance of the driveway to the Canton Police Department. As you can see, the brake light illuminated in the shot. That is a Canton Police cruiser sitting at the edge of the driveway right by Washington Street.
So for orientation purposes, as far as the tow truck and your vehicle, is that coming from the top of the screen to the bottom or the bottom to the top?
It's coming from the top left to the bottom right of the screen towards the rear of the building where the Sally Port is located.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman, if you could. Pause there, Ms. Gilman. As far as what's depicted in this still shot in this video, Sergeant, what if anything do you observe?
That is the tow truck transporting the defendant's vehicle, arriving at Canton PD. My vehicle with Trooper Proctor inside, me operating, are following closely behind, as we did the entire way from Dayton all the way to Canton.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play that to the end. Thank you. Now, as far as the interior of the Sally Port Garage, that
Put the lights. Thank you.
as far as the interior Sally Port of the garage, you mentioned that that is a heated area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the heat within that, do you know how that is produced or how hot it gets in there as far as the time that you spent within there?
I do not know, but it was a standard garage heating system that blows hot air. As far as temperature, when the doors were open, that day it was freezing cold. It was, I believe, like 18 degrees with, winds blowing. So inside the garage inside the Sally Port with the doors open, it was quite cold. Once the doors shut, the temperature rose above freezing and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the arrival of that vehicle into the Sally Port garage area, are you aware or have you reviewed video in reference to that?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Showing you another disc, sir. Just ask you to review that one until we finish. And do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Does that contain the video that you were just testifying about as far as the arrival of the vehicle at the Canton Police Department Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
How about the seat to introduce in the minutes of that? Exhibit? No objection, Your Honor. Now, Sergeant, before we get to that video, if I could just ask, if you know, approximately what time was it that you left Dayton following that tow truck back to the Canton Police Department?
We left Dayton approximately 4:15, 4:20, and we followed the vehicle back to Canton arriving probably around 5:30 or so p.m.
Thank you, sir. And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if we could publish that video for the jury.
Okay.
All right, here's the Sally Port.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sorry to direct your attention up to the video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in this video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport two-bay garage at Kent Police Department with the antique Kent Cruiser on the bottom of the screen, and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in the prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, is sort of taken into the garage on the opposite side, or to the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, please.
Did they say it was heated?
Okay, could you pause that, Ms. Gilman?
Didn't I say it was heated? To melt the snow? Yeah, I don't know what was parked there before. You can see there's an outline, and then there's snow coming in on the doors. It looked like 5:35 with a timestamp when they stopped. As I said, it's heated, but the concrete is not. I set mine to 18 degrees Celsius in the winter, and it takes hours for the snow to melt in the winter. It's basically always a wet, slushy mess.
Take a short afternoon break on our long days at about a half an hour, but I think the better use of our time is to give you a 10-minute break now. And then we'll go straight through till 4 o'clock. But if anybody needs a break,
All rise for the court, please. Follow me, please.
Jim.
10-minute break. And then she said they're going till 4 today. I thought they were doing 4:30 today. What's she saying? She's very animated. Hey, Ivan. Happy 10 months. You've been here longer than 10 months.
Donna, may the witness leave the stand just for a moment?
Sure. Yeah, we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes, Sergeant.
You are unmuted.
Okay, so you want us to watch this now?
If it pleases the court, yes. May I get just a little closer?
Sure. Can we turn out the lights, please, Dave? Thank you.
Turn out the lights. Light a candle. Hellcat, happy 9 months. Happy 9 months. These the missing minutes. Remember they turned in discovery after the fact. One of the things it said that there was Sallyport video that was turned in. Could this be the missing minutes? I can't, it's not very easy to see the bottom to see what time stamp is on there. The time display is in blue, but it's hard to see right here. Getting the snow out of the way. No one shoveled the apron. Yeah, it's skipping. They said that this is motion activated. So there's random skips in it. Oh my gosh, they've got the dummy with the crime scene tape around his neck.
Is that the end of it, Mr. Lally, or
I believe so, yes.
is that the end of it, Ms. Gilman? Okay. All right, lights on, please, Dave, thank you. All right, so I have a copy of the printed docket on 424. Paper number 347 was the Commonwealth's Notice of Discovery XL. I just asked Mr. McDermott to print it for me. Our printer up here doesn't work. All right, so that was before we impaneled. That was the day, I believe, of the long motion in limine trial. All right, so we'll take a 5-minute break, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay, so let me cover the OnlyFan.
Hey there, Karen Reed, Trial Watch.
Whoa, too much. Too much. Yeah, she's not very ladylike when she sleeps, but that's okay. So I guess they found it. Don't know why they couldn't find it before. I couldn't see the timestamp. They have it written in blue, and the blue is right there, like over the black. So it's really hard to see it. So hopefully when they show it to the jury, they'll give the timestamps, because I was trying to squint my eyeballs to see if I could see. Rewind to see if we can see what Karen was saying before the video. I can't read lips, but oops, hold on. I didn't realize I'm in the way. I don't know. I can't read that. Something on the right? Sounded like, or not sounded, because obviously can't hear. It's on the left, not on the right. It's on the wrong side. It's on the left, not on the right. Look at us. Yeah, it looks like it's on the wrong side. It's on the left, not on the right. Yeah, she saw the camera was on her and then did like this. I'd be forgetting the camera was on me. We are now certified lip readers. Five-minute break. They're on break right now. So they'll be back in just a minute. It was 10-minute break for the jury, now 5-minute break for them. She's very animated anyway. I see people hate that she is animated too. Like people get mad at her for being an animated speaker. Hold on, I can pull it up. The video. Let's see. All right, this is the from where she hits his car in the driveway. Ow. My knee. Yes, we have court tomorrow only till 12 tomorrow. But I mean, I guess. And then no court on Friday. He said the driveway is on the right side. Remember? When they asked Bukhenik what side the driveway was on, he said it's on the right side. Hold on. He said when they asked what side the driveway is on, he said it's on the right side, but they're pulling it in on the left side. JMO member for 6 whole months. 6 whole months. Happy anniversary. Happy anniversary. He said, because when he asked which side of the screen the driveway is on, he said the right side, correct? Somebody's very loud in my hallway. Previous video from the Sally Port was from a different angle, the left side of the current view. Pally said member for 11 whole months. So happy to be here. Brainy, love you and all your chat and mods. We love you too. We love you too.
Temperature rose above freezing, and the snow began to melt off of the vehicle.
And from the right.
This is where,
Video on the screen just for orientation purposes again. First of all, do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize it to be?
That is the Sallyport 2-bay garage at Kent Police Department with the antique Kent Cruiser on the bottom of the screen, and the open spot for a vehicle in the middle of the screen with the four-wheel drive all-terrain vehicle at the top.
Now, as far as, again, for orientation purposes, the driveway that the jury just witnessed in prior exhibit, is that to the left of the screen, the right of the screen, or something else?
The driveway is to the right of the screen.
And this vehicle, the defendant vehicle, is sort of taken into the garage from the opposite side, or from the left of the screen, is that correct?
Correct.
so it's taken in. So he said the driveway is to the right, and the defendant's car is taken in through the opposite side, through the left, which is what we saw.
Sergeant, we're going to start up again with the video.
Stop again with the right in front.
Your Honor, for the record, I believe we're picking up where it was paused, which was 5:35:36.
Okay.
5:35:36. All right, give us video. Come on, y'all. Get it together. Did they forget? They forgot to turn on the video.
If you could pause right there. And Sergeant, as far as the condition of the vehicle as you observe it in this sort of pause still shot of the video,
I swear, we get one going and.
Is there anything you observe on that vehicle when it came into the Sally Port garage?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play from there.
One feed freezes, the other one forgets to come back on.
Gilman, if you could just pause there for a moment. Sergeant's almost falling in the video.
All right, so keep your voice up.
Sergeant Bukhenik, with reference to any individuals you see in this video, do you recognize any of those individuals?
I can recognize Trooper Proctor and myself. Other than that, I don't remember exactly who else was present at this moment in time.
If you could start using the laser pointer before you, just direct your attention to where you observe yourself and where you observe Trooper Proctor.
That's Trooper Proctor and myself there.
At any point in time when you were present with this vehicle in the Sally Port garage this evening of January 29, 2022, did either yourself or did you observe Trooper Proctor touch or manipulate in any way the right rear passenger side area of that vehicle?
No, we did not.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play from here.
It's 5:39 now is the time that's on there. I'm trying to see. I can see it sometimes. 5:41 is the time on there now. Yeah, when they watched it before, they didn't have the jury in there. So now the jury is watching.
I want to keep it pause there just for a moment. Sgt. Bukhenik, from what you're observing in this video, what you've seen or what you recall from this, what is it that you and Proctor and some of the other officers are doing now?
We're establishing a perimeter around the vehicle with yellow tape in order to prevent or alert and advise anyone in the area to stay away from the vehicle.
Let's go and get this played to the end, please.
Defense requested to see it, so see what they were showing.
Thank you. You can take that down, Mr. Officer. We can have the lights back on. Now, Sgt. Bukhenik, are you aware of a warrant that was executed on that vehicle on February 1st of 2022?
I am aware.
And you yourself were not present for that, is that correct?
I was not present for the execution, no, sir.
Trooper Proctor was, as far as you're aware, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, the next time that you were within the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage with the vehicle was on February 2nd, is that correct?
That's correct.
And on that day, where did the vehicle go from the police station?
From the Canton Police Station, I escorted the vehicle to the Milton Barracks for safekeeping.
And why was it taken from the Canton Police Station on February 2nd to the Milton Police Barracks? Or what had occurred in the intervening part between January 29th and February 2nd?
The Canton Police Department had recused themselves from interviews and in that portion of the investigation. And now that the vehicle had been processed, we needed to free up the Canton Sallyport so they can utilize that facility for transporting prisoners to their facility and booking. So we stored the now processed vehicle back at the Milton Barracks in a unheated garage.
And, Your Honor, if, with the court's permission, if I could publish just a very brief portion of what's been marked as Exhibit 34.
Okay.
Which is the Canton Police Department Sallyport garage camera.
Okay.
And I'm just going, what you have up there, I'm sorry, February 2nd, 2022, approximately 8:09 a.m. I'm just going to ask you to play that through till about 8:10:26.
Well, you can't see hardly anything.
Sergeant, just for orientation purposes, again, this is another camera from within the same Sallyport garage, is that correct?
That's correct. It's the opposite view from what we just viewed in the previous video.
And as far as any of the people within this video, do you recognize any of the individuals in there?
I believe that's myself and then another officer. I don't know who that other officer is.
And just again, using the laser pointer, if you could, direct your attention to where you see yourself. And as far as the condition of the vehicle from January 29th, when you saw it on that day, to February 2nd, when you saw it on that day, as far as the exterior of the vehicle, what, if anything, was different, or what, if anything, did you note or observe?
I noted the taillight removed and the evidence collected.
And as far as the snow and the caked on ice that you observed on that prior day, was that still present on February 2nd?
No, that had melted away.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could again, I'm sorry, just play through to 8:10:26.
Wait a minute. Why?
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Thank you. Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's house at 1 Meadows Avenue in Canton, at some point did you become aware throughout the course of your investigation that there were exterior cameras affixed to that residence as well?
Yes, I did.
And those were Ring cameras, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, with respect to investigation, what, if any, steps were taken in order to secure any of that footage from the exterior of the house from the Ring?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
We applied for multiple search warrants.
Objection.
All right, I'll see you at sidebar on this.
Hold on. Hold on. Here's the first video. Passengers facing the old car. And now the driver's side. So when did they move it? Because this is the back of the car. You can barely see this, but this is the back of the car. Is this the same port? This is Sally Port?
And so, sir, during the course, well, let me ask you this. As far as this or any other investigation is concerned, how is it that members of your unit sort of work through an investigation or work on a case?
We,
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
as a case comes in, we address each case on individual basis based on the evidence that is presented through testimony and physical evidence that is recovered. That is what guides our investigations, and we then develop leads and process information collected. Sometimes information needs to be collected from third-party holders of data or service providers, at which point to access that data, we apply for search warrants, which are guided.
Okay, so leave it, move on from that.
Thank you.
So you apply for search warrants, we'll move on from that.
So, Sergeant, my question is more geared toward as far as individual personnel within within your unit. How is it, an investigation conducted as far as one trooper does everything, or is it a collaborative effort, or how is that?
The reason I say we is because every investigation takes the entire unit typically to put an effort in to conduct interviews, analysis, and so forth. So it's a team effort each and every time. No investigation is a one-man show. That's why we call it a case officer, not a lead investigator, because the case officer organizes the individuals to assign different tasks and collect and organize the data that comes back from the third-party providers and from the interviews that are conducted.
As far as the interviews that are conducted through the course of this or any other investigation, is there ever an interview that's conducted just by one trooper or one person in any investigation that you've done with this unit?
It is, no. We conduct interviews with two people, whether it's a trooper and a local detective, or two troopers assigned to our office, other state police agent unit within the agency.
Now, as far as the case officer, who was the case officer on this particular investigation?
The case officer in this investigation was Trooper Michael Proctor.
And Trooper Proctor works under your supervision, is that correct?
That's correct.
So as far as a search warrant for the ring video from One Meadows Avenue, who specifically sat down, put pen to paper, and wrote the search warrant?
Trooper Proctor was the affiant.
And as far as from that search warrant, are you aware of the materials that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
I am aware of it.
So why is
And
one
have
backwards
you
and one's not?
reviewed both the material as well as the videos that were provided by Ring in response to that search warrant?
I did.
Now, with reference to those videos, specifically, did you observe if you know, with respect to those videos, how were they sort of ordered sequentially, when in the manner in which they were provided as far as date, time, things of that nature?
Objection.
Ask it differently. Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
So the videos that you received from Ring that you've reviewed, correct?
Yes, I did.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that. So he's reviewed videos from Ring. Next question.
What, if any, information did they contain as far as date or time?
The data provided back from Ring provided videos. There was no date and time on the labeling of the identifier, unique identifier for each video, but it was presented in a sequential order, knowing that the last video presented from the provider was the last video within the scope of our request, and the first one being the first in that timeline.
In the scope of your request, the scope of the request of the warrant, what time frame are we talking about?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
The first warrant we requested from January 24th at midnight through January 30th at midnight.
But why is one, is what I'm
And
asking.
with respect to those videos that were provided, you reviewed each of those, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain of those videos for the jury at this time.
So are these, why don't we come to sidebar?
Because they were saying that the driveway's on the right side. So he said that they're pulling it in on the left side because of reverse whatever. But why is only one? I don't know how that, I don't understand. I'm not saying there's anything nefarious. I'm not saying like, oh, they've switched it to make us all confused. I'm just asking, why would one be reverse image and the other one's not? I don't understand. Because if one's reverse and one's not, then it when it swaps like that, it makes it look like they moved the car. So I'm just wondering why one camera would be reversed and the other one's not. I don't understand.
You are unmuted.
They've lost the jury for sure. If they can't get left and right figured out, this case is over.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been previously marked as Exhibit 6, first video 119. If you could pause there, Ms. Gilman. Now, with reference to this particular video, number 119 in Exhibit 6, Sergeant, what, if anything, can you tell the jury as far as the timing of this particular video?
Based on the appearance of the driveway, we know that this recording took place prior to the blizzard of January 29th.
And as far as anything that you observe in this video, as far as vehicles or people within those vehicles, what, if anything, did you observe within this video?
I observed Mr. O'Keefe's car parked in the same location as he typically parked it, and then...
Objection.
I'll strike the as he typically parks.
And then a black SUV parked perpendicularly to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, adjacent to the entryway to the garage.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play from there. If you could pause it. At some point in the course of your viewing of this video or the video surrounding it, were you able to identify the operator of the vehicle in the black SUV?
Yes, that is the defendant operating her black and color Lexus SUV bearing Massachusetts plate 3 GC 684.
And if Ms. Gilman, if you could play it. Now, Sergeant Bukhenik, are you also aware from your review of the ring videos from One Meadows Ave, another video depicting the defendant leaving the house sometime shortly after 5 a.m. on January 29th?
Yes, I am.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could also from Exhibit 6 ask for, video 153.
I didn't see a time on that one. I looked for a timestamp.
If you could just pause there for a moment. Now, Sergeant, with reference to this video and the one just previously from 119, where is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle parked in relation to this video vis-a-vis the other vehicle?
The vehicle's parked in the back corner of the driveway along the fence in the same location as it's parked in the previous video.
And at some point, do you see the defendant's vehicle back out of the garage in the same directionality that it did in the prior video 119?
Yes, you do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could address it.
See, you can see that tire move.
Pause there for a second. Now, as far as the operator of that vehicle, are you able to observe who that operator is within that vehicle?
I observed the vehicle being operated. I cannot identify who that individual is, and then from that shot right there.
From at any point in the shot or the video that you observed, were you able to recognize the operator of the vehicle?
Not from that shot, no.
Now, with respect to the timing of this video, what time in the morning is this video?
The timing of this video is approximately 5:07 a.m. when the defendant left the home through the garage via her vehicle.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could play through that. Now, from this particular paused portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance do you observe within the still shot of this portion of the video 153?
The portion of this video in the still shot presented identifies a missing, damaged rear right taillight, exposing the white light coming from the right side of that taillight.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, before you draw the jury's attention to what you're talking about as far as that area of the defendant's vehicle. Now, earlier in that video, did you observe the defendant's vehicle coming close to or coming into contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And as far as Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle, at least from this video, what, if any, damage did you observe to Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
No damage.
And as far as the ground area around where Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle is parked, specifically the rear of that vehicle, what, if any, red pieces or anything do you observe on the ground around Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle?
Nothing was observed.
Please come in if you could press play.
There's also no snow on her bumper right there, right? Wasn't part of what they were saying that the snow was caked on and held the glass on there, but there was no snow on her bumper, right?
And Ms. Gilman, from Exhibit 6, if I could have video number 165.
Yeah, you can see the tire. That's what I had to watch to be able to see it. Like you can see his tires.
Have you reviewed this video as well?
Yes, I have.
And when time-wise, in relation to January 29th, approximately is this video?
It's approximately like 12:30 in the afternoon.
And as far as the vehicles in the foreground area from this particular camera shot, do you know whose vehicles those are?
Yes. The vehicle in the top left corner is Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle. Vehicle in the middle left is the defendant's vehicle. And I do not know who the other two vehicles are.
Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Pause there just for a moment, Ms. Gilman. And Sergeant, from the two individuals exiting from that vehicle, do you recognize who those individuals are?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to whom you recognize and identify who that person is.
That there is the defendant, and that there is Mr. Reed.
Again, Mr. Reed, the defendant's father, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Ms. Gilman, if you could pull up video 166 from this same Exhibit 6. Sergeant, do you recognize the person that just exited from that vehicle and behind the defendant's vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Who do you recognize that to be?
As a defendant's brother.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could press play. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If I could have from the same Exhibit 6, video 171. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, we can have the lights back on. Sergeant, from your review of those videos, at various points you observed the defendant's brother cleaning off the defendant's car, correct?
That's correct.
At any point in time, did you observe the defendant's brother cleaning off the area of the right rear passenger side's taillight of the defendant's car?
I did not.
Now, Sergeant, turning your attention to February 1st of 2022, yourself and Trooper Connor Keith, is that someone you're familiar with?
I am.
And he works within your unit as well?
Yes, he does.
And at some point, did you and Trooper Keith on that day go to the C.F. McCarthy's establishment?
Yes, we did.
And what was the purpose of your visit to C.F. McCarthy's on that day?
The purpose of our visit was to retrieve surveillance video during the target time in question that we knew the victim and the defendant had visited that establishment. Also, any transaction receipts that we could collect from that location.
And were you able to retrieve both video as well as transaction receipts from that establishment?
We were.
And I'm sorry, my apologies. Before I get into that, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
She said 4 o'clock earlier today, so I don't know if they'll go till 4:30 or not. And tomorrow they're going till, she said, till around 12, and no court Friday.
And Sergeant, I'm showing you a series of 14 photographs or still shots. If you could just look at those and look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
I recognize these to be still photographs of the ring video that we just watched.
And that would be video 153, the one with the defendant backing out sometime after 5 a.m. on January 29th.
That's correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
Okay.
No objection.
Thank you.
I was like, he got him a flask up there. Yeah, he'll be able to cross him sometime in July, probably. It's a Tito's and Crystal Light. Or a White Claw. Let me just take you like a hammer and start seeing if you don't do that. That's a bad idea. Don't do that. Okay.
Thank you.
Whisper a little bit louder, Lally. We're trying to hear you.
Thank you.
Hi, big girl.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish just a couple of these photographs?
Okay.
Big girl. You come see Mama?
Ms. Gilman, if I could have photograph number 30. And Sergeant, you recognize what's up on the screen now as Exhibit 456?
I do.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just move towards the rear of the vehicle. Have a moment, John.
Yes.
And Sergeant, what's up on the screen now, if you could direct the jury's attention with that laser pointed to the area of the rear passenger side tail light that you were describing damage in. Thank you, sir. Okay. Ms. Gilman, you can take that too. Thank you, sir. Mr. Officer, you can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir. So Sergeant Bukhenik, if I could take you, again, I'm sorry, back on February 1st to CF McCarthy's. You secured video and receipts from that establishment on that day?
That's correct.
And as far as the video and receipts, were you then able to subsequently review those at some point?
Yes, I was.
Now, first, starting with respect to the video. Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm showing you two photographs of still shots. Just ask you to look at those, look up when you're finished. And do you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of the C.F. McCarthy's surveillance video that we collected from that establishment, from the dining room camera angle.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Commonwealth is to introduce in a minute as the next exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you.
461 and 460.
Thank you.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that those be published to the jury at this point.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. And Sergeant Bukhenik, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, draw the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this still shot from the C.F. McCarthy's video.
We observe the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, here. Appears to be communicating with the defendant here. Mr. Camarano is over here as well. Mr. Sullivan is down here as well. Mr. O'Keefe is wearing the gray, light, two-tone sweatshirt that I held up earlier, as well as the jeans.
And the next still shot, Ms. Gilman, please. And similar to this, similar to the previous one, excuse me, Sergeant, do you recognize what's depicted in this still shot here?
Yes, it's, again, the victim on the other side of the defendant, still dressed in the same outfit, and the defendant standing in front of him.
And as far as the bar area adjacent to the defendant, what, if anything, of significance do you know there?
The bar area is located near the taps, the draft beer taps at C.F. McCarthy's. So if you were to look at the bar from the street, that is the left side of the bar orientation on the way to the restrooms.
And I'm sorry, I should have been more specific. As far as the sort of shelf of the bar immediately adjacent to the defendant's left arm, what, if anything, do you observe in that?
Here I observe a cylindrical vase-style cocktail glass on the bar, as well as other beer bottles.
Thanks. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. With reference to the C.F. McCarthy's video, Your Honor, with the court's permission, I would ask to publish certain portions of that. It's already been marked as Exhibit 50.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, from the first video.
Remember in the PCA it said that they had all the timestamps of when she got drinks and...
If I could ask you to pull it up to about 7 minutes and 50 seconds.
And we haven't seen that yet, so...
And Ms. Gilman, if you could pause just for a moment. I'm just going to ask you to play from 7:50 to about 8 minutes and 20 seconds in, but I may ask you to pause it. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there. Sergeant, as far as just, again, for orientation purposes, with reference to the entrance or exit, point of ingress, egress for this bar, do you observe that somewhere within this video?
Yes, at the top of the screen is the front door to C.F. McCarthy's bar. And as we just viewed the two gentlemen walking in, they walked in through the front door, heading to the taps area, draft beer location of the bar.
And if you could, just using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to that front door area that you're talking about.
The front door area is located right here.
And with respect to those two individuals that came in, do you recognize those two individuals?
Yes, that is the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe, dressed in the same outfit as before, and Mr. Camarano.
If you could play that to about age 20. Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you from the same exhibits, same exhibit 50, from the third video now. If I could ask you to go to about 6 minutes and 10 seconds in. And I'm going to ask you to play that till about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. If I could ask you to pause just there. As far as the individuals around Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano, do you observe or recognize anybody else in the bar area around them at this time?
Mr. O'Keefe is sitting next to Mr. Camerano. I believe Mr. Kurt Roberts is there as well, next to Mr. Camerano.
Now, from this time, we're at about 8:51 p.m. or so within the video, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the timestamp on this video, what, if any, information were you provided when you retrieved this video on February 1st in relation to that time and its accuracy to sort of what time was?
During video surveillance extraction, we verified the time and date on the system, and that is to show us how far behind in the past or in the future. Sometimes devices are time-stamped that's in the future. It hasn't happened yet in real time, but the video is stamped so. So what we do is, prior to extracting video, we identify the difference in time between real time and video time. In this case, C.F. McCarthy's video was 12 minutes behind real time.
And
That's the first I've heard that.
thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could play this to about 6 minutes and 43 seconds. Just pause there briefly, Ms. Gilman. As far as anyone else within the area of the bar, the area of Mr. O'Keefe, Mr. Camerano, Mr. Roberts, who, if anyone else, do you recognize in that area at this time?
I recognize the defendant walking in and interacting with the victim, Mr. John O'Keefe.
That's the first that I've heard of it being 12 minutes off.
Ms. Gilman, if you could, within that same video 3, I would ask you to go to about 13 minutes and 15 seconds. And I'm going to ask you to play from here to about 14 minutes and 45 seconds. Pause there. Now, from your review of this video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe in this part of the video?
This part of the video, I observed the defendant reaching over and retrieving a cylindrical, tall cocktail glass from the bartender.
And again, given the understanding that the video is about 12 minutes off as far as the timestamp, the defendant entered about 8:51 p.m. and is receiving this drink about 8:58 p.m. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you could, Ms. Gilman, play that to Now, Ms. Gilman, if you could go up to about 32 minutes even into the same video. Now I'm going to ask you to play that for the next 30 seconds or so, to about 32 minutes and 30 seconds. And Sergeant, during that about 30 seconds or so, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive at that point?
A cylindrical cocktail glass.
And so that would be the second drink, is that correct?
That's correct.
And that's at approximately 9:15, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could go forward to about 37 minutes into this same video. If you could play that for about the next minute or so, to about 38 minutes.
Remember, there was like 9 total, so they were showing all of the times that she got drinks. All these times were listed on the PCA.
Sergeant, again, from that about 1 minute portion from that video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant receive and do with any items?
She received the shot glass beverage and poured it into the tall cylindrical cocktail glass, and then Mr. John O'Keefe stirred it for her.
And so that would now be the third drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's about 9:20 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to the fourth video, video number 4, and ask you to go about 50 seconds into into this video. And I'm going to ask you to play this, Ms. Gilman, from 50 seconds to about 1:30. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So, Sergeant, from this particular video, what, if anything, of significance do you observe the defendant receiving during this time frame?
She receives another shot glass beverage and then places that liquid into her tall cocktail glass and stacks the second shot glass into the first shot glass into the first tall cylindrical cocktail glass she had previously received and consumed.
So this would now be the fourth drink, is that correct?
That is correct.
And per the video, that's about 9:33 p.m., is that correct?
That is correct.
And,
Yeah, they have, supposedly they have
Ms. Gilman,
receipts.
within this same video, if I could ask you to go to about 26 minutes and 30 seconds.
you're having to get extra shots for your drink, then
Ms. Gilman, if you could pause there for just a moment.
it must not be very strong.
I'm going to ask you to play this until about 27:40. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. During that period, Sergeant, what, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant to receive during that time frame?
She received a tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
And in addition to that, what, if anything else, did she receive from the bartender during that time?
A shot glass size beverage.
And what, if anything, did she do with the shot glass in regard to the larger cylindrical glass?
It was placed inside the tall cylindrical cocktail glass.
So that would be drinks 5 and 6, is that correct?
That's correct.
And per the timestamp on the bar video, this is now about 9:57 p.m., is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could direct you to video number 5. And if I could ask you to go to about 3 minutes in. And ask you to play that till about 3:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. And if I could ask you to go to about 10 minutes and 30 seconds in. And I would ask you to play that for about a minute to about 11:30 or so. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. So Sergeant, sort of rounder shots during this portion of the video, is that correct?
That's
Yeah, sustained. You can ask it differently.
What, if anything, of significance did you observe the defendant and/or the group that she was with do in this portion of the video?
in this portion of the video. The two gentlemen to the right of the defendant consume a shot-size beverage.
And as far as the shot glass that the defendant received, what, if anything, do you observe her to do with that?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Or strike that. Just what did you observe, not what she had.
What did you observe the defendant to do during that portion?
Prior to the shots being taken, a shot glass was poured into the cylindrical tall glass.
And again, so that would be drink number 7 at that point?
That would be drink number 6.
And I'm sorry, so the previous portion was a cylindrical drink and then a shot glass that was 5 and 6, is that correct?
Objection.
I think that was the testimony, but ask it differently.
As far as that drink during that portion, is that drink number 6 or drink number 7? If you...
Objection.
Yeah, in that form, I'll sustain it.
At this point in time in the video, after watching what you've watched, how many drinks has the defendant consumed at this point?
At this point, she's consumed or is in possession of
Objection.
I'll allow it.
6 drinks.
And this is at approximately 10:29 p.m., is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go to about 20 minutes and 30 seconds in. Actually, wait for the next 10, 20 seconds or so. So during that portion of the video, what, if anything, do you observe as to the drink the defendant has and how full it is at that point?
She has a cylindrical tall cocktail glass in her hand.
And can you observe, or did you observe how full that glass was?
Drink number 6 is empty, or near the bottom, almost empty.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could ask you to go to about 22 minutes and 40, I'm sorry, 22:40 or so within, for the time stamp, I'm sorry. Now, from this portion of the video, Sergeant, what, if anything, do you observe the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe doing in reference to C.F. McCarthy?
Once the defendant got drink number 7, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe walk out of C.F. McCarthy's, the defendant holding the beverage, tall cylindrical glass in her hand.
Thank you, sir. Now, may I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, you can take that down, I'm sorry. So I'm showing you a 5-page document. Ask you to review that, look up when you're finished.
There's the receipts. Literally.
And do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
I recognize it to be a series of transaction receipts from the tabs at C.F. McCarthy's.
And are these the transaction receipts or tabs that you received, you and Trooper Keefe received from C.F. McCarthy's on February 1st, 2022?
Yes, they are.
And with reference to those receipts or tabs, to whom, if anyone of significance, do those tabs pertain to?
The first one for 5280 was opened under the bar tab Karen A. Reed.
And is there also a receipt from John O'Keefe?
Yes, it is. The transaction through the credit card, being a MasterCard for 5280, was paid by Mr. John J. O'Keefe.
And with reference to the items listed within that particular receipt, what, if any, items of significance do you observe listed on the receipts?
Under Karen A. Reed's receipt, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Tito's, $10, 1 Coors Light, $5.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Call them off the stage to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
We probably should approach
Okay.
briefly.
Ah. Whew. Right, $10 for a Tito's, a little bitty bar, and those cylinder glasses like that are tall and skinny. By the time you put ice in there, there's hardly anything in there. $10 for that? Nope. I'd be taking a flask. They were at Waterfall for an hour, about an hour. Tito's is a type of vodka.
You are unmuted.
And so, Sergeant Bukhenik, on those receipts from C.F. McCarthy's under both Ms. Reed's receipt and Mr. O'Keefe's receipt, there was Tito's vodka listed on the receipt, correct?
Correct.
Now, also on February 1st, what, if any, other establishments did you go to in the town of King?
Myself and Trooper Keefe went up across the street to the Waterfall Bar and Grill and retrieved transaction receipts and video from there as well.
And as far as the video is concerned from that establishment, have you reviewed that video as well?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the receipts from that establishment, you reviewed those as well. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
They were at Waterfall for an hour. They were at,
So I'm showing you 4
McCarthy's
photographs
longer
of
than
those
that.
shots. If you could review those and look up when you're finished.
they were at McCarthy's for like 2 hours and then Waterfall for an hour, I think. Because Karen got to Waterfall, or to McCarthy's at 8:51. And they left at 10:40.
And you recognize those, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize those to be?
Those are still shots of surveillance video from the Waterfall Bar and Grill on the night of January 29th after midnight. And Mr. O'Keefe is depicted in the still shot.
And those are both interior as well as exterior camera shots of Mr. O'Keefe's sort of exit from the waterfall. Is that correct?
That's correct. Interior, him leaving at 12:11 a.m., which the timestamp on the surveillance video at the Waterfall was accurate to real time. He is holding a beverage shorter cocktail glass in his right hand as he exits the establishment. He's seen on the exterior camera walking towards Washington Street.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit as the next witness.
No objection.
Okay.
Sherry Smith, I've heard that from a few other people too, that it's hard to see her drinking that much with Crohn's.
Thank you. Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could ask that these be published for the jury.
Yes. And how sick it would make her.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could just have the first one. My apologies. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the first one from the interior. Thank you. And Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which has now been marked as Exhibit 464?
I do.
And what do you recognize that to be?
That is the still shots presented to me and entered into the exhibit of Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall Bar and Grill at 12:11 a.m. on the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, holding a cocktail glass.
And if I could have the second still from this second Stillman. And again, do you recognize what's up on the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
And if you could, using the laser pointer before you, just direct the jury's attention to where you observed Mr. O'Keefe and what, if anything, you observed Mr. O'Keefe holding as he exiting the waterfall.
Mr. O'Keefe is observed here. He's holding that shorter, fatter cocktail glass as he's walking out of the establishment.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the exterior, just the second one, please. And again, Sergeant, do you recognize what's up on the screen, which is now marked as Exhibit 467?
Yes, I do.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to what, if anything, of significance you observed in this still.
This is Mr. O'Keefe walking out of the Waterfall establishment, holding the cocktail glass in his right hand as he walks towards Washington Street.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that. Mr. Officer, we can have the lights. Thank you, sir. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. Just ask you to look at that and look up if you could. And do you recognize what's contained in Exhibit 54?
I do recognize it, yes.
And are those the receipts that you received from the waterfall when you went there on February 1st?
Yes, they are.
Thank you. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, Waterfall Bar, they were there for
Now, sir, with
about an hour.
reference to the
Parking was like
waterfall,
2 hours.
in regard to the timestamp on that surveillance video, what, if anything, were you told as far as the accuracy of that timestamp when you retrieved that video?
That video was confirmed to be accurate in time, as in real time. No discrepancy.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I could just publish 3 quick clips from what's been marked as Exhibit 53.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if I could ask from Channel 3, the second video down. if I could ask you to go from the timestamp on the top of the screen to 10:54 in 25 seconds.
The band's playing.
You could play them. I could ask you to pause right there. So, Sergeant, from that particular portion of the video, what, if anything, of significance did you observe occur there?
That portion of video depicts Mr. John O'Keefe walking in with the defendant gesturing to a group of people at the top of the screen, and then Mr. O'Keefe walking over and giving a hug to an individual that's part of the group.
Okay. So from the same channel 3, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the 4th video down.
Yeah, the first bar had the time discrepancy. McCarthy's.
If I could ask you to go 11:39 in 40 seconds. Pause there, thank you. And in about 5 to 10 seconds or so, I'm going to ask Ms. Gilman if you could pause it, and I'm just going to ask Sergeant if you could direct your attention to sort of the top right corner of the screen. Thank you. Pause there. From that portion of the video, you observed the defendant in that portion of the video?
Yes, I did.
And what, if anything, did you observe her to be doing?
She retrieves a drink from the table and appears to consume it.
Now, as far as the drink and the tall cylindrical glass that you observed her walking out of C.F. McCarthy's with, what, if anything, do you observe from the glass that she's taking a sip of from this portion of the video, the waterfall?
It's a shorter, fatter style glass compared to the cylindrical tall style that she walked out of C.F. McCarthy's with.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. And Mr. Officer, if we could have the lights. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Lally, why don't we end for the day? It's been a long day. Everybody ready to go home? Yeah, okay. All right, so Sergeant, we're going to meet you back tomorrow, and I'll ask you to just follow the jurors out when they leave. So jurors, those same reminders, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it and let us know. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, follow me.
And I will see counsel at sidebar about scheduling, please.
Sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Oops. Setting up the stream for tomorrow. Sweet Caroline. Bah, bah, bah. There we go. Let's see what else they say. What, if anything, do they have to say about today? Yes, tomorrow is a half day. And she said last week that they would only go till about 12 tomorrow instead of 1. Marie Moss with our stats. 3 witnesses, 15 sidebars, 39 objections, 114 what if any's. And I'll allow it from Bev, 16. 114 what if any's. $114. It's his favorite thing in the world. I would love to compare how many he ends with, like his average per day compared to, what is it, Elaine from Depp and Heard. And 86 cylindrical cocktail glasses. He says sort of a lot. He says, he used to say essentially a lot. He doesn't say that as much. But he does say that one a lot too. And he says sort of a lot. Good night, City Kitty. Have a great night, everyone. See you back tomorrow. Same brandy time, same brandy channel. Yes. Who where'd that go? Who follows Madam Court Reporter on X? She's so funny. Somebody just sent me that. I have not followed her, but somebody sent me that saying that it was really funny. I'll have to check it out. Elaine. I bet it's got to be hard for the glare to just sit there and not say anything. Yeah. I bet. It is hard in court too, because like when I went to the Charlie Adelson trial, it was, y'all know I can't fix my face. And that was one of the things that was hard, was not reacting when I would get annoyed. Like when he was testifying. And to not smoke. Lally be throwing this case on purpose. He doesn't want to be there. I do believe he doesn't necessarily want to be there, but I don't think he's throwing it on purpose. I think he has a plan. but I'm just waiting. The hard part, I think, prosecuting this case would be how crappy the investigation was, because that automatically opens everything up for, you know, ridicule and doubt. And I have not seen Mr. O'Keefe there recently. I'm not sure. Will this end before 4th of July? I don't know. 4th of July is less than a month away. Maybe. Alan Jackson said he only needs 4 days. Let's do a poll while we're waiting on them to. What do you believe happened? We'll go Commonwealth's theory. We'll go defense's theory. We'll go, not Siri. Stop. No, not you. I wasn't talking to you. Alternate theory, or no clue. I'm not saying Siri. Okay. I'm doing a poll. It's just crazy that we've had this many witnesses and still.
All right. Let's sit as adjourned.
Goodbye. Goodbye. It's just crazy to me to have had this many witnesses and not have as much evidence as we would have normally had this far in, because of how many witnesses we had from everything, all the things, everybody who's ever been to the Waterfall Bar. Bring on the Emmy already. I think that's going to be a big part of everything. I think that's going to be a big part of if people are going to be able to make up their minds or not, or how people can make up their minds, is based on the Emmy and being able to explain the injuries and stuff. Because I think it's so hard to see the lack of damage on the car and the lack of damage that we've seen and heard about to like his lower extremities and his, you know, or his like to legs and torso and all that. So I think until they can get that in and explain that, I think it's just going to be hard to understand how that could happen. So, yeah, when I said theory, it activated my phone too. I believe it's a full week next week, but honestly, I'm not sure because I thought this week was going to be a full week and it wasn't. So I guess we'll find out. They sure do like to take days off. But that's all right. It gives me time to catch up on the podcast. All right, I'm about to end this poll. So if you haven't got your vote in yet, get your vote in. Beautiful Messy Ball. I watched this trial numerous times and on rotate which channel I watch live. I do EDB here, of course, DUI Guide, Defense Diaries, and Runkle of the Bailey. I love all the perspectives. I love the different perspectives too. There are certain things that I will go and watch different people react or discuss it because there are certain things that I'm really curious to see different perspectives. Especially things that I feel strongly about because I like to see if other people feel as strongly as I do. And I think almost every single time they have. Like when I was really mad about the Solo cups and the Stop and Shop bags, I went and watched a whole bunch of other people and they also reacted like crazy. And some of the phone stuff and text stuff and all of that, I've liked seeing other people react because it like validates my feelings on things. Like, see, I'm not so crazy. I love seeing Lawyer You Know's recaps at the end of the day. All right, I'm ending the poll. Let's see. Let's see here. All right, so I asked what you believe happened. 46% believe the defense's theory. 26% say, I have no clue. 21% believe that you have some kind of alternate theory. And 5% believe the Commonwealth's theory. Interesting. So most people believe defense's theory. Most people in chat today believe defense's theory. And then no clue. And then some other theory. And then the Commonwealth's theory. Interesting. I like seeing what everybody thinks. And I like that y'all are discussing this civilly. It sure is welcome. Man, Twitter is hateful. God, it is exhausting, the amount of hate on Twitter. I love our group. I love how like y'all discuss things. It's so different. I was talking to, I won't say who because I don't want to out this person, but I was talking to another creator this weekend about that. And I was like, I think the thing that I miss the most is being able to have just a back and forth conversation without people watching every single thing I type, waiting on me to say something so that they can, you know, make it a big deal or take it out of context or like, you know, Google something to try to prove it wrong. Like I miss being able to have a discussion, because I can't have discussions anymore on social media. I have like a whole group of people constantly just waiting to pick apart every single thing I say. And it is exhausting. It is exhausting. And I miss being able to just have conversations like, hey, what do you think about this? Well, I think it could be this. It's exhausting. So our chat is like my oasis from that. What's my vote? My vote is kind of in between I have no clue and an alternate theory. I don't believe the Commonwealth's theory. I don't believe that she, like, you know, like went and murdered him and all of that. I feel like just with her leaving angry voicemails after she left, to me, that you don't leave angry voicemails to somebody that you just killed. But I also, like, I don't believe Colin had anything to do with it. I think that some of the things that the defense has said have seemed like it was reaching, you know, for me. I think that like I said before, you know, like I feel like this huge conspiracy where, you know, like dozens and dozens of people are in on it. I don't believe that. I think that if there's, you know, some kind of cover up, it's very, very contained, very small. But I don't I feel like I don't necessarily believe either theory, but I have not figured out a theory that makes everything make sense in my head. So that's why I'm waiting to see everything. Elizabeth says it's all about reasonable doubt. I feel like that's the part, that's the part about this one that is so different than everything else, because on this one, it's like, I feel like we're never really going to know what happened. I feel like it's not about, like, where this one is different to me than some of the other cases that we've watched. It's not about proving that she did it, because they've messed up so many things and there's so much weirdness going on. I feel like it's not proving that she did it. It's almost like, or let me rephrase that. It's not like proving what happened and how it happened and all that. It's almost like attempting to, but there's just so many issues that I don't know. It's just, this is a hard one. I get so frustrated because I feel like there's so many things that could have been done differently, that could have closed up some of the doubt and some of the alternate theories, like just to rule things out. But it's frustrating. Going in that house could have eliminated half of this trial at this point. I agree. And I realize, like, they technically went in the house because they were right there. Like they said, you know, they were right there in that open spot. But the whole thing was that, you know, they were saying that they believe this happened in the basement or whatever. Like, just to walk around, like, just to be able to rule that out. Think about how much of this could have been ruled out if they had just done that. You know? Think about how much could have been eliminated if they had just done that. And then, you know, like there's just so many things they could have done that just could have ruled things out. That I feel like if the amount of care that went into this investigation was just so ridiculous. And it's frustrating. And I can see why people, you know, depending on what evidence you give more weight to, just like with any jury, different jurors will give more weight to different things. So I can see why some people can look at it and say she's guilty. I see why some people can look at it and say she's innocent. And I see why some people can look at it and not know what the heck is going on or what happened. Because, you know, there's different things that people are going to give different weight to. But I hate that things were done the way that they were, because it's just made it such a mess. And the amount of vitriol in this case is just bleh. Bleh. Tomorrow is a short day, so hopefully they will wrap up with the direct examination and we can get into cross, maybe get cross-examination through with tomorrow and see who's next. Maybe. It's sad because John O'Keefe deserves justice, but at the same time, Karen deserves a fair trial. No one wins here. Yeah. Think about how different things could have been if things were done right, you know? And then all the hands that shouldn't have been involved that got involved. It's just, it's just asking for trouble. But I think that nobody thought that they would be questioned because, you know, like Berkowitz going by there when it's not his case, when he's like, when Canton is recused out and he's going by there on medical leave or whatever, and just driving by and sees taillight pieces and stuff like that. Like, just not doing things by the book, like not having reports done, having all of the conflicting statements, not having signed statements from the witnesses, all the mistakes. Think about how many mistakes there are in all of the statements, all of the contradicting statements. Think about if just those things were done correctly. Think about how much headache that could have saved, how things could have been ruled out. It's frustrating. That is what happens here when something big goes on. You get city and county cops all showing up. Remember, folks, justice is the process, not the outcome. I think that that's what a lot of people have completely disregarded in this case. Something that I've noticed, because I think that so many people are focused on this being a leading to a conviction or an acquittal. And it's like, I've noticed that there has been it's like so much focus on the outcome as opposed to how things should have been done and how things should be done now. But it's like all of the excuses for the things that were done wrong and that, you know, should have been done differently. All of those things, I feel like so many people are excusing those because it's like, oh, it doesn't matter anyway. She's, you know, she's guilty and she's going to be convicted and none of these things matter. Those things do matter. That's what justice is. I guess that's what that's where I differ with a lot of people, I think, on this, is that I am not as focused on the outcome as I am the way that things have been handled so poorly, and trying to bring as much attention to that as possible so that it never happens again to anybody else's family member. Because I think it's BS. It is correct to document what witnesses say, whether or not they contradict one another. But think about, like, even the ones that have the reports where they're contradicting their own okay, perfect example, Chris and Julie Albert. Think about the statements that were written for them, and they had the one statement that said that they followed everybody else over to Fairview Road. And they were like, no, we didn't. That's wrong. And then there was a statement that said that Julie was texting him. And then we hear that, no, it was Chris that was texting him. And then, you know, that, I mean, just, they're all wrong. And for them all to be wrong, think about if the police had done their job the right way and had, for these witness statements, had them sign the statement saying, yes, this is what I am saying, this is what I agree to. If you're not going to record it, fine. I think that's a mistake, but fine. If you don't want to record it, don't record it. But at least have signed witness statements. Think about how much that would have resolved with all of this. It's just, they made a mess of it. And the times were wrong. Yeah, like Caitlin being picked up at 12:15, and they're like, no, she's the last to leave. Okay, well, somebody either got it wrong or lied, and we don't have a way of knowing which is which because they didn't do any signed statements. There's just so much that could have been avoided if things were done properly. And I hope that there has been so much heat on them because of this that it never happens like this again. But then you look at other cases and the way that they've investigated other cases, and it's like they did things the right way. So why not this one with the death of a Boston police officer? Why not this one? Why not do this one the right way? I don't know. I don't get it. It's I don't think I will ever not be frustrated by it. But I don't know. We'll see. Like I said, I feel like this is the only case I've ever seen where everybody seems guilty of something, but nobody seems guilty of everything. And I don't know why. All right. So tomorrow we will start about the same time. It is going to be a short day, like I said, and then no court on Friday. So that will give me some time to go look at his testimony again. He said why. He said why about what? Why what? It'll give me some time to get caught up on the podcast episode. Maybe we'll get through cross-examination tomorrow. If not, then will Lally finish? Lally better finish tomorrow. There's no way he could go for 3 more hours on Bukhenik. So we'll see. We'll see. I don't foresee him taking much longer. What, if anything, left could he possibly have to go over? Karen could have absolutely did it, but the focus is heavily on the investigation because of the BS. It raises so much doubt. Lieutenant Gallagher said they aren't homicide and don't know how to collect evidence. You don't have to be homicide to know how to collect evidence. Like that's an excuse, and a bad one. You don't have to be. There's more evidence collection that goes on in things other than homicide. And there's just and that's with Canton. He's with Canton. Like, that doesn't excuse any of the state police problems. The state police didn't have, statements that were recorded or signed either. So it's all of them. They're all, I'm mad at all of them. I am mad at all of them. I just feel like if it was my family member and I saw how little care they put into doing things how it should be done, I would be so mad. Yeah, exactly. It's such a crappy excuse, right? Such a crappy excuse. And yeah, Canton was conflicted out, so Karen's car should have gone to state headquarters. Just another one of the things that could have been avoided. But maybe this will be a big lesson learned for all of them to avoid this in the future. So I think she totally hit him, however, accidentally. Most of the people who we've had in here that think that she did it believe that it was an accident. There's only been a few that have come in from channels like, well, I'm not going to mention, from channels like the sensationalists. I don't get into the sensationalist stuff. But there have been a few that have wandered in from over there that are like, no, she's a murderous whore, or whatever that heifer said. But I think, like, the majority of people that have discussed in here that they think that she did it believe that it was like an accidental thing, and then panicking the next morning, or not remembering if she was drunk or whatever and didn't remember the next morning. Most of the people who have talked about that in here have shared that same thought process, that if she did it on accident, and the whole motive being the Aruba thing doesn't seem to make much sense with most people. So all right, y'all, thank you for hanging out and watching. I am glad. He would make a good sleep tape, like what, if anything, how many if any, sheep are you counting? He could put us all to sleep. I will see y'all tomorrow. I have missed y'all. I am glad to be back with you. I'm very glad to be back with you. It was, I had a great time at CrimeCon and, you know, hanging out with everybody and getting to meet some of y'all that came. But I had a great time and I was exhausted coming back, but I really did miss y'all. I'm glad to be streaming with you again. Tomorrow we will be here about the same time again and see what tomorrow brings. Short week this week. Again, we only had 1 day of streaming last week. We only have 2 this week because I missed Monday. So short week again this week, and then we'll see what next week brings. All right, y'all. I love y'all so much. I will see you bright and early tomorrow, and I will take my ADD medication.
Yeah, I gotta go. Yeah, I can't stick around here forever.
It was wonderful. Everybody behaved. Everybody's always so nice to me.
Just love your channel. And
Goodbye. Now, how the heck do I get out of here?